Hello, YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. We're not running late at all. I'm still within the minute of 8 o'clock, so technically I'm not late. Hey! Stream Elements knows which chapters I'm reading. Usually it doesn't. They're getting better. Props to them. Okay, we've had some rearranging because we have a new duck stage, so I'm just laying out the ducks as I shall try, likely in vain, to remember what happened last week. I actually barely remember it because, well, things actually happened. So there's something to remember. But I am getting our ducks set up on their brand new stage as I speak, waiting for people to come in, grab a seat, make yourself comfy. Bring your fur babies and your ducks. So, a few things happened last week. Let me see. Let me grab all the ducks. I didn't actually test the stage ahead of time to make sure they all fit. It's occurring to me now I should have done that. But things didn't go according to plan yesterday because I was working on the burn video and things went wrong, and then it wound up taking a really long time, and I had to do a bunch of crap over again that I wasn't planning on, so that kind of nerfed my day. Okay, I think I have all the current ducks. So we'll get those laid out. But mostly, the big takeaways from last week would have to be that we met another of Christian's former subs. We finally got to meet and have proof that at least one of his other subs besides Layla did live. In that we saw one named Susie or Sussy. Not exactly sure which because it was a weird spelling. But yeah, we met another former sub who apparently was putting Layla up because Layla wanted to see Christian one last time to say goodbye, which should have been like really kind of romantic and like almost like heartfelt, except that he's the world's biggest dick. And so for the 8th or 9th time, we get him showing his true Dom side and being genuinely evil and genuinely threatening. And then Anastasia's all, oh my God, what did I get myself into? I thought he was like over that. He's never, like, this is not a revelation to her anymore. This is the 8th or 9th time she has seen him behave this way. That is how he is. He's not going to change ever. And she needs to stop. And then she did like some pathetic thing of him, like, because he said he's going to stalk Layla for the rest of her life. Because he's told her that he will pay for her mental health treatment and he will pay for art school, but only if she stays on the East Coast of America, because he claims the entire West Coast and has drawn a line down the middle of the country. And Layla even pathetically says to Anastasia that she disobeyed him by coming to Seattle. And he basically says that he is going to keep watch on her for the rest of her life. And this is someone who has an extreme like erotomania fixation with him, and so he needs to be as far away from her as possible for her mental health and well-being. And so by him literally saying, I'm going to be involved in the rest of your life because I'll always be watching, I will always be keeping tabs on you, and I will pay for you, like, he's condemning her to like this slow descent into crazy, because all it's going to do is make her worse, knowing that he is watching and that she can get his attention by doing certain things or not doing certain things, that he's going to respond. So he has somehow managed to like stalk his stalker and make it so much worse. But I felt bad for her because I'm like, this girl is doomed. She's like Emily Bronte, red shirt and Star Trek doomed. But with that said, all rise for the national anthem while I continue setting up ducks. And say hi in the chat.
If you're still struggling with consent, Just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure," then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! Let's hope we don't get hit with copyright. All right, all right. Check out the new duck stage. It's that way. Isn't it great? It's still a work in progress. I'm still going to be like making it better. But for now, that is the new duck stage. I think it's doing very well. I think I lined it up pretty good. I could move it closer, but I'm not going to because it's being supported by random things I stuck under it because those boxes are not glued together yet because I wasn't sure if it was going to work. So I didn't want to glue it before I was sure. And look, we have our new tie that I should have made shorter so that it was more higher visible. But these are the silk bondage ties that we found in the 50 Shades kit. It took me 5 flippin' hours, but I managed to sew them into this. So we have 3 very big loopy bow ties that I then tied onto this one. The problem is I didn't thread this through these properly to give it like control, and I should have done that. But either way, I think it works. I think it looks very festive. I think I did for hand sewing all this with no instructions and making it up. I think I did pretty good. I think it came out okay, even though I'm realizing how horribly uneven this bow is and how did I sew it like that and not notice that it was egregiously 2 different sizes. I'm saying I did my best, and you have no idea how difficult this material was to work with because it is so slick and so slippery. Like when I tied these knots are sewn in place because if I didn't sew the knot, they were never going to stay tied. They kept coming undone no matter what I did. So that added so much more work of having to like stitch the bows together before attaching them to the tie. So that added like at least 3 hours right there. But we do have some things to do. First off, let me introduce the ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill. Fancy Cow Duck has been named Xavier. Eloise and Pongo. Be impressed I remembered all those and got them right. For anyone who doesn't know how it works around here, we do have more ducks. We've got about 10 or so left. No, looking at it, it's more than that. It's more like maybe like 10, 12 ducks left. The link should be at the top of the screen for Stream Elements, which should be working. And if anyone is feeling generous and wishes to donate for $10, we'll draw a duck and you get to name it. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs for one chapter. For $50, I will chug a glass of wine, and there is a spiked bra over my shoulder that I will put on for $100 if anyone is truly nuts. But we'll see how the evening goes. These are available. Somebody told me they were going to do this tonight, and they haven't. So I'm waiting on it. We'll see. We'll see if it happens. But we are back in our handmaid's dress because I finally did laundry. Okay. The laundry was delayed once because the water was off, which was also off yesterday because this building can't keep the water on. But we have something else. We have something else to watch tonight because I finally got the burn video done. Now, I went a little weird with the music, so bear with me. I hope you like it. It's high pitched, so headphone warning. But here we go. We're going to show off the much awaited Burning of 50 Shades Darker, the last book that we finished. I had to do so much extra work for this. So I hope it is appreciated. You look like you've lost at least 5 pounds, possibly more since then. Please eat, Anastasia, he scolds. I'm taking you for something to eat. You're fading away in front of me. Find the boy. Say goodbye. Please, can we stay longer? No. Go now. Say goodbye. Mr. Damn Control Freak. I'm going to cry. No, Christian, please. I've cried so much, I whisper. He glares at me. You're coming back to the apartment if I have to drag you there by your hair. We glare at each other, and abruptly he swoops down, clasps me around my thighs, and lifts me up. Before I know it, I'm over his shoulder. Put me down! I scream. Shoulder carrying is unacceptable for anyone over the age of 6. Taking me to the salon that he owns like his ex-lover? How can he be so stupid? The same place he took his submissives, same stupidity at work here. Not even realizing this was a bad idea, and he's supposed to be a bright guy. Having crazy ex-girlfriends, can I blame him for that? I'm so curious, yes I can. Knowing my bank account number, that's just too stalkery by half. Insisting I stay with him, the threat from Layla must be worse than I feared. Christian, stop! I can't do this! I whisper urgently against his mouth, my hands pushing on his upper arms. No! Please, I can't do this. Not now. I need some time, please. Oh, Anna, don't overthink this. Oh, I love him so. There will be nothing without him. Nothing but a shadow, all the light eclipsed. No, no, no. My poor Christian. Hey, he whispers, tilts my head back. Stop with the crying. You are mine, Anastasia, he whispers. Always. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? Holy fuck, what is all this? An array of bizarre implements and instruments. I examine them with a fascinated horror. All of these, inside me. Ball gag, to keep you quiet. Okay, so that's how that came out. And it wound up being longer because I had recorded the voiceover, which are all lines that I had highlighted in the book as we were reading as the most atrocious lines. And then I recorded the lines, and then I burned the pages, and then realized the recording had not recorded. So I spent like 3 hours yesterday going over a text copy, pulling those lines again, and then recording the voiceover again. And it just about drove me nuts. But we got book to read. Oh, itchy. All right. Puppy is asleep under the pile. Kitty is in my room, so I may have to get up and let him out at some point. But I have all my implements to hand should we need to punish the book. I went looking for stuff, and I found one of my favorite paddles. It's silicone. It's nice and thick. It makes a wonderful sound. Listen. Oh, that wasn't even good. That's it. There we go. See? It's got enough weight to it, but it's flexible. So really one of my favorites. And also you can use the thicker end too if you really want to. But this you're going to feel. No, I've never understood the point of spanking if you can't feel it. But I don't understand noobs. All right. So we had Christian confirming that he's going to keep tabs on Layla for the rest of her life. which is not going to be very long because he's going to drive her back to suicide, I have no doubt. He was also planning to punish the other sub that Layla was staying with because I guess, I don't know, she should have known better or something. I don't know. He was definitely planning retribution. And and then we had Anastasia's dad got in a car accident along with Jose and his dad because we needed to be reminded that they're in these books even though they shouldn't be because they have no reason to exist. See, this is the problem with the tie. It's falling below the screen and I don't like that. I need to like tie it off in the back or something. I'll work on it. We shall make things better. But we are off. Chapter 18. So this is probably like the morning right after the accident. Which what do we bet we find out like it wasn't an accident, that it was part of some like evil conspiracy or something. I stir, opening my eyes to a bright September morning, warm and comfortable between the clean, crisp sheets. I take a moment to orient myself and am overwhelmed by a sense of deja vu. Of course, I'm at the Heathman. If this is a real hotel, I'm sure they love that they were so heavily featured in this series. Shit, Daddy. Oh God, I forgot she keeps saying Daddy. Oh God. I want to say I'm going to take a drink every time she says it, but I get the feeling that would be bad. I gasp out loud, recalling with a gut-wrenching surge of apprehension that twists my heart and starts it pounding why I'm in Portland. Hey, Christian is sitting on the edge of the bed. He strokes my cheek with his knuckles, instantly calming me. It does not sound calming. I called the ICU this morning. Ray had a good night. It's all good, he says reassuringly. Isn't he in a coma or something? How is there... like, all you're gonna get is a nothing has changed. I almost said, like, why would they be talking to him? But he's the husband, so it's okay. Oh good. Thank you, I mutter, sitting up. He leans in and presses his lips to my forehead. Good morning, Anna, he whispers and kisses my temple. Hi, I mutter. He's up and dressed in a black t-shirt and blue jeans. Hi, he replies, his eyes soft and warm. I want to wish you happy birthday. Is that okay? Wait, is it her birthday or his? Oh, I think we already had his, so it's got to be hers. I offer him a tentative smile and caress his cheek. Yes, of course. Thank you. For everything. He furrows his brows. Everything? Everything. What is she talking about? He looks momentarily confused, but it's fleeting and his eyes widen with anticipation. Here. He hands me a small, exquisitely wrapped box with a tiny gift card. In spite of the worry I feel about my father, I sense Christian's anxiety and excitement, and it's infectious. I read the card. Yeah, I can just decide to not be worried that my parent is in hospital and possibly dying. Yeah, totally, because it's my birthday and I have a present. For all our firsts, on your first birthday as my beloved wife, I love you, C. You know, that's not the worst. Oh my, how sweet is that? I love you too, I murmur, smiling at him. He grins. Open it. Unwrapping the paper carefully so it doesn't tear, I find a beautiful red leather box. Cartier. It's familiar, thanks to my second chance earrings and my watch. Second chance. What the? Second chance earrings? What the actual fuck? It's too early for this shit. Cautiously, I opened the box to discover a delicate charm bracelet of silver or platinum or white gold. I don't know. Okay, if you can't, I get maybe like having difficulty telling silver from platinum, but white gold's pretty distinctive. I don't know, but it's absolutely enchanting. Attached to it are several charms: the Eiffel Tower, a London black cab, a helicopter, Charlie Tango, a glider, the Soaring, a catamaran, the Grace, a bed, and an ice cream cone. I look up at him bemused. Vanilla. He shrugs apologetically, and I can't help but laugh. Of course. So he got her a charm bracelet of like all the places they fucked, basically. This is one of those things that's like in theory a good romantic idea, but in practice not so much. Because if you wear it out, what's going to happen? Somebody is going to ask you what the charms mean, and how are you going to explain? Christian, this is beautiful. Thank you. It's Yar. I vaguely recall that this was a phrase and we learned what it means. I don't remember. He grins. My favorite is the heart. It's a locket. You can put a picture or whatever in that. A picture of you. I glance at him through my lashes. Always in my heart. Because we had to be really sappy. He smiles his lovely, heartbreakingly shy smile. I fondle the last two charms. A letter C. Oh, yes. I was his first girlfriend to use his first name. How twisted is that in and of itself? I smile at the thought, and finally there's a key. To my heart and soul, he whispers. I really want to know why this scene is not in the movie, because it's so sappy. Like, it's as terrible as anything else, but it's perfectly romantically sappy and, like, treacle based. That, yeah, you could have had a nice, cute little scene of him giving her this bracelet, and then, it's like a flashback for the audience, remembering, looking at all the charms, and like, oh, that scene, no, that scene, no, that scene. Again, I don't understand the editing decisions that were made and what scenes were left in and what scenes were cut out. Because this would have been like a really good scene to have in the movie, especially in the third one where they're desperate. They were so desperate to try and humanize him. This is very human. Like, this is very real. The card is nicely written, you could have, if you really want to make him look like a real person who's really trying in a relationship and is capable of love, these are the kind of little scenes that you needed to have more of. Him standing over his mother's grave at the end, which I know is not in the book. I know, because that was controversial. So I know that that's not in the book. But that does nothing, because it's at the end, and it's in a montage at the end after like the movie has ended. It's the epilogue. So it doesn't do anything, whereas this would have. Tears prick my eyes. I launch myself. Oh god, they're gonna have more. They're gonna have like morning sex, aren't they? Curling my arms around his neck and settling into his lap. It's such a thoughtful present. I love it. Thank you. It is genuinely thoughtful. Yeah. I murmur against his ear. Oh, he smells so good. Here we go. Clean of fresh linen and body wash. And Christian. What is it with I wonder, does E.L. James have that thing where you have a heightened sense of smell? I forget what it's called, and I should know, because one of my favorite literary characters of all time also has this. So does Kim Kardashian. Famously, that's why in her reality show she's always like asking if somebody smells something, or she smells like smoking from like 2 days ago, because she has the thing. I forget what it's called, but it's an extremely heightened sense of smell all the time, which can be, if you think about it, can be really bad in certain situations. Um, but also very telling of certain things, as seen in a TV show of said literary character, where it I'm not going to give it away, but the sense of smell comes into play and spoils some things, and it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. But I forget what it's called. Like home, my home. My threatened tears begin to fall. He groans softly and enfolds me in his embrace. I don't know what I'd do without you. My voice cracks as I try to hold back the overwhelming swell of emotion. He swallows hard and tightens his hold on me. Please don't cry. I sniff in a rather unladylike way. Who cares? You're alone with your husband. I'm sorry. I'm just so happy and sad and anxious at the same time. It's bittersweet. Hey, his voice is feather soft, tipping my head back. He plants a gentle kiss on my lips. I understand. I know, I whisper, and I'm rewarded with his shy smile again. I wish we were in happier circumstances and at home, but we're here. He shrugs apologetically once more. Come, up you go. After breakfast, we'll check on Ray. Oh, we're gonna have more hospital scenes, and I'm gonna gag. Once dressed in my new jeans and t-shirt, my appetite makes a brief but welcome return during breakfast in our suite. I know Christian is pleased to see me eating my granola and Greek yogurt. Oh, we're never going to stop with that. We're never, ever, 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 ever going to stop with that. Not ever. Thank you for ordering my favorite breakfast. It's your birthday, Christian says softly, and you have to stop thanking me. Why? He rolls his eyes in exasperation, but fondly, I think. I just want you to know that I appreciate it. Anastasia, it's what I do. His expression is serious, of course. Christian in command and in control. How could I forget? Would I want him any other way? You have up until this book. Okay? I'm going to say this. E.L. James is retconning Anastasia in this book because I think she realized at some point that she couldn't fix Christian Grey in the time that was left. There was no way to do it. That's why the movie is so different from the book, because they had to try. They had to try and humanize him, and that's not possible because it's not in the book, and I think that's why she's not doing it, but she kind of realized, I can't change him. He's locked in, he is how he is, and that's what people, like, wanted. But it's so she's retconning Anastasia and pretending that she didn't have issues with a lot of the things that she did. A lot of which is him being controlling. So now she's like, oh, did I ever want him to not be a controlling psychopath? And it's like, yes. That is what you spent the last 2.5 books railing against. Even on your honeymoon, you were still trying to get him to back off all the controlling shit. Until he roofied her and then covered her in hickeys. And that seemed to be the point where she gave up. And it's like, no, she was not okay with these things. And you cannot go back and say that she was okay with it when she wasn't. That's not what you said. Like, we can go back and check this. Like last week, Sethale, thank you so much, found a copy of the first book, when in this one he now has this thing where he keeps choking her during sex. And I was like, wait a minute, didn't she say that was a hard limit? And yes, she did. She did. She said under no circumstances. But in this one, she's fine with it. So this is a different Anastasia. This is post-brainwashing Anastasia, and that's going to be my biggest point, that all he has done is mentally break and manipulate and brainwash her, because she is effectively a completely different character in this book than she was in the previous two, or even in the opening of this book. Basically, her post-honeymoon is a different character than has been up to this point. And I think that's the only way E.L. James could get herself out of the corner. I think she wrote herself into such a hard corner. There was no way out. There was no way to make his behavior okay or change it to the degree that it needed to be. So what she did is changed Anastasia and made her okay with things she was not okay with, as if that would make what he is doing actually okay. It doesn't, and it shouldn't, but that's what we seem to be getting. That she has just accepted all of his like garbage now and it's fine. And she's willing to put up with anything because he's rich and handsome and smells like clean laundry. You know what? I smell like clean laundry right now because I'm wearing clean laundry. I smile. Yes, it is. He gives me a puzzled look and then shakes his head. Shall we go? I'll just brush my teeth. He smirks. Okay. Why is he smirking? The thought nags me as I head into the bathroom. A memory springs unbidden to my mind. I used his toothbrush after I first spent the night with him. I smirk and grab his toothbrush in homage to that first time. Ew. Gazing at myself as I brush my teeth, I'm pale. Too pale. But then I'm always pale. So who cares? The last time I was here, I was single, and now I'm married at 22. I'm getting old. I rinse out my mouth. Okay, 22 is not really that young to be married nowadays. Like, yeah, it's perfectly fine. I mean, it's better than the 16 that Bella got married at. Uh, Holding up my wrist, I shake it, and the charms on my bracelet give a satisfying rattle. I'd be so terrified to wear this thing. Not just because, like, getting asked questions about the charms, but anything that's dangly and on my wrist, like, because I had a medic alert bracelet when I was a little kid, and they were so expensive back then. Even back then, they were like $80. Don't ask me why, because I think they should be free. But I had one, and the thing is, we had the desks you had to reach into, and I didn't know there was a hole in my desk, and so my bracelet got caught on it, and I didn't know. I was like 7 maybe. And so I came home without it, and of course my mother immediately noticed and was freaking out because it was so expensive and she couldn't afford it. And I really thought that I'd lost it, but I had no idea where it was until like 2 days later, another classmate saw it dangling off the bottom of my desk because it had fallen through the hole but was caught on it. So I think that kind of put me off wearing bracelets because they get caught on things, and especially something that has like dangly charms in that. Like every time you're reaching in your purse, you're gonna like rip one of the charms off. Like charm bracelets are cute, but they're not practical. Uh, how does my sweet 50 always know exactly the right thing to give me? I take a deep breath, attempting to stem the emotion that's still lurking in my system and gaze down at the bracelet once more. I bet it cost a fortune. Oh well, he can afford it. This is true. She's finally embracing the money. The fact that she has unlimited money and can do whatever she wants. And something's pinging at me. Ah, okay, we officially have handcuffs for this chapter. Thank you. You know who you are. I don't name real names and I don't know the person's chat name because they're not in the chat, but we have handcuffs for this chapter. Here goes. Oh, I missed. I missed. Oops. Okay, do I have these turned the right way? I think I do. Yeah. Okay. Should be good. Okay, for the person who just asked me privately, yes, the tie is made out of the 50 Shades bondage ties that I found in one of the box kits. that I hadn't opened, and then I opened them a couple weeks ago. And I said I was gonna make a tie out of them because they're useless as bondage restraints. Like, they're so slippery, you would literally have to like tie them in a way to cut off circulation for them to be any use as restraints. So they make a much better tie. And they look kind of nice, I think. I gotta fix the top and make it stay up higher, but other than that, it's not bad. All right, we now have handcuffs. I need to adjust that. It's on my. There we go. Okay. Yeah. There's just one spot where it'll like catch on my phone if I don't. Okay, that's a little too tight because I need to be able to turn. I like turning them around. It's fun. Okay. There we go. We are locked in. As we walk to the elevators, Christian takes my hand and kisses my knuckles. Again, what is it with the knuckles with her? It's weird. Once more, I feel lighter than I did yesterday. Perhaps because it's morning and the world always seems a more hopeful place than it does in the dead of night. Or maybe it's my husband's sweet wake up. Or maybe it's knowing Ray is no worse. As we step into the empty elevator, I glance up at Christian. His eyes flicker down to mine and he smirks again. Don't, he whispers as the doors shut. Don't what? Look at me like that. Fuck the paperwork, I mutter, grinning. Oh, God, don't remind me of that scene. Don't remind me. He laughs, and it's such a carefree, boyish sound. He tugs me into his arms and tilts my head up. Someday I'll rent this elevator for the whole afternoon. I think you could just pull the emergency stop. Just the afternoon? I arch my brow. Mrs. Gray, you are greedy. See, every time she remotely flirts, he always makes her feel guilty about it. It's part of his I am in control of all things sex and you. I'm very glad to hear it. He kisses me gently. And I don't know if it's because we're in this elevator or because he's not touched me in more than 24 hours or if he's just my intoxicating husband. But desire unwinds and stretches lazily deep in my belly. I run my fingers into his hair and deepen the kiss, pushing him against the wall and bringing my body flush against his. See, again, this would have been a good scene to have in the movie because it's the reverse now. And it would have shown that, like, sexually they're in the same place now where they weren't before. And now she has, like, sexual power and prowess. But again, not in the movie. He groans into my mouth and cups my head, cradling me as we kiss. Really kiss. As opposed to what? Our tongues exploring the oh so familiar, but still oh so new, oh so exciting territory that is each other's mouths. You've been married for like 2 months, and like, I don't think kissing is that new anymore. My inner goddess swoons, bringing my libido back from Perda? What the fuck? Bringing my libido back from Perda. Somebody please Google this word. Purdah. This has got to be a reference to some kind. I don't think it's biblical, but it's got to be a reference to some famous place, famous cliff edge of something, fall, something like that. I caress his dear, dear face in my hands. Anna, he breathes. I love you, Christian Grey. Don't forget that. I whisper as I gaze into darkening gray eyes. The elevator comes smoothly to a halt, and the doors open. Let's go and see your father before I decide to rent this today. He kisses me quickly and takes my hand and leads me to the lobby. As we walk past the concierge, Christian gives a discreet signal to the kindly middle aged man sitting behind the desk. He nods and picks up his phone. I glance questioningly at Christian, and he gives me a secret smile. I frown at him, and for a moment he looks nervous. Where's Taylor? I ask. We'll see him shortly. Of course, he's probably fetching the car. Sawyer? Running errands. What errands? Itchy. Losing headphones, but extremely itchy. My hair is my hair is just getting long enough where it's like bugging my ears and I can't tuck it behind all the way yet, so it's just ugh. Christian avoids the revolving door, and I know it so he doesn't have to release my hand. The thought warms me. Outside, it's a mild late summer morning, but the scent of the coming fall is in the breeze. I glance around looking for the Audi SUV, and Taylor. No sign. Christian's hand tightens around mine, and I look up at him. He seems anxious. What is it? He shrugs. The hum of an approaching car engine distracts me. It's throaty, familiar. As I turn to find the source of the noise, it stops suddenly. Taylor's climbing out of a sleek white sports car parked in front of us. Oh shit. It's an R8. I whip my head back to Christian, who's watching me warily. You can buy me one for my birthday. A white one, I think. Yeah, that's right. She did say she wanted this car. And I knew the bracelet wasn't going to be the whole gift. No way. So yeah, I was thinking car because it's the most like cliche thing. But he never lets her drive unless engaging in a high-speed, very illegal chase. It's the only time we've ever seen her drive. And she already has a car, a brand new car that she's never driven. So now she has two new cars. And what do you bet he won't let her drive this one either? Happy birthday, he says, and I know he's gauging my reaction. I gape at him because it's all I can do. He holds out a key. I'm amazed he's letting her drive it. You are completely over the top, I whisper. He's bought me a fucking Audi R8. Holy shit. Just like I asked. Why are you surprised? At all. This should not be at all surprising. I literally predicted it. My face splits in a huge grin and I jump up and down on the spot in a moment of unguarded, unbridled overexcitement. Guess we needed more infantilizing. Christian's expression mirrors mine and I dance forward into his waiting arms. He swings me around. You have more money than sense. Yes, he does. I whoop. I love it. Thank you. He stops and dips me low suddenly, startling me so that I have to grasp his upper arms. Anything for you, Mrs. Gray. He grins down at me. Oh my. Oh, excuse me. Oh my. I'm genuinely getting better at that. It's like 1% a month, but I'm getting a little bit better. What a very public display of affection. He bends and kisses me. Come, let's go see your dad. Yes, and I get to drive? He grins down at me. Of course, it's yours. Okay, do not say of course, like you gave her a car before and then literally refused to let her drive her own car. You did that before, so this is not an of course, it's a you're a jerk. Alright, I officially need a drink. Better. And wow, does that taste like grapes? He stands me up and releases me, and I hurry around to the driver's door. Taylor opens it for me, smiling broadly. Happy birthday, Mrs. Gray. Thank you, Taylor. I startle him by giving him a swift hug, which he returns awkwardly. He's still blushing when I climb into the car, and he closes the door promptly once I'm inside. "Drive safe, Mrs. Gray," he says gruffly. I beam up at him, barely able to contain my excitement. "Will do," I promise, putting the key in the ignition as Christian stretches out beside me. "Take it easy. Nobody chasing us now," he warns. When I turn the key, the engine thunders to life. I check the rear view and side mirrors, and spotting a rare moment of clear traffic, execute a huge, perfect U turn and roar off in the direction of OSHU, which I don't think we're ever going to know the name of this actual hospital if it's real. She does tend to use real places for some reason, so it's probably the name of the actual hospital. I'm sure it's like Oregon something Hospital University. "Whoa," Christian exclaims, alarmed. "Oh yeah, he's the world's worst passenger because he has like car anxiety if he's not driving." "What? I don't want you in the ICU beside your father. Slow down," he growls, not to be argued with. I ease off the accelerator and grin at him. "Better?" "Much," he mutters, trying hard to look stern and failing miserably. Yeah, so this is a rare reversal where he's the one having like out of control anxiety because he is out of control. And I know about car anxiety because he's me in a car. I'm not this bad anymore, but that has taken like over 25 years. And there are still things that can happen in a car that will make me dissociate for half a second and scream like a banshee. I think the last time was idiot cab driver stopped at a red light, and for some reason as soon as the cross traffic that had the green started moving, he almost pulled out in front of another car. And I mean like by inches. So that made me like like really badly. Only I'm not gonna scream because my neighbors are here, but I shrieked like a banshee, and there was a guy on the sidewalk right beside the car who literally doubled over, grabbing his chest, and when I like came back to consciousness, he was looking at me saying, "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Because I don't remember the screaming, but I know what's happened because I've had people tell me enough that I know. But that's rare now. That used to not be rare, but now it's very rare. But yeah, pulling out in front of another car, that'll do it. You know, or if you're driving too fast or recklessly, my anxiety will crank, but mostly I'm okay. It wasn't until I was learning to drive I realized my aunt is the worst person ever. She was like me at my worst, only she was in an accident when she was 20 and she was like in her 50s when I was seeing it, so she had way longer and just never got better at all. But she also never went to therapy like she was supposed to. So that was probably a big part for her. But yeah, she's the absolute worst. She's whether she's driving or a passenger, she's atrocious in a car. She just doesn't know it. Oh, wait, I wanted to highlight something. I'm forgetting to highlight things. I can't do that because I'm going to need them. Heck, hard to do. I forgot the line that I wanted to highlight. Damn it. All right, I'm going to go back to the first few pages afterwards and I'll find what I want. Yes, I'm not going to make the mistake of not not checking the recording before I burn everything this time. Oh, I can't believe I did that though. That was so dumb. Always check your recording, always check your video before you destroy anything that you need for it. Ray's condition is the same. Seeing him grounds me after the heady road trip here. I really should drive more carefully. Okay, so again, she's not a good driver. Like, and she's not that experienced either. She's 22, and she probably didn't learn to drive till she was in college because she wouldn't have had to. So, like, yeah, she's not a good driver. You can't. You can't legislate for every drunk driver in the world. I must ask Christian what's become of the asshole who hit Ray. I'm sure he knows. I'm equally sure that he knows. I'm equally sure he's considering having a hit taken out on this person. In spite of the tubes, my father looks very comfortable, and I think he has a little more color in his cheeks. While I tell him about my morning. Oh, so he's awake now? I thought he was in a coma. Didn't they say he was in a coma? Am I fucking delusional? I swear they said he was in a coma. Oh, they didn't actually say he was awake. Well, I tell him about my. Okay, so she's talking. She can be talking to him while he's still in a coma. Okay, my bad. Christian wanders off to the waiting room to make some phone calls. Nurse Kelly hovers, checking Ray's lines and making notes on his chart. All his signs are good, Mrs. Gray. She smiles kindly at me. That's very encouraging. A little later, Dr. Crow appears with two nursing assistants and says warmly, Mrs. Gray, time to take your father to radiology. We're giving him a CT scan to see how his brain is doing. Will you be long? Up to an hour. I'll wait. I'd like to know. Sure thing, Mrs. Gray. Yeah, that was something they probably would be doing regularly with somebody like in a coma. But they said he was in like a medically induced coma, I think, not a natural one. Sure thing, Mrs. Gray. I wander into the thankfully empty waiting room where Christian is talking on the phone and pacing. Okay, why is he allowed to use a cell phone in a hospital? Like, I agree that nowadays it's pretty much bullshit to say you can't use a cell phone in a hospital because it shouldn't interfere with anything, but this was written over 10 years ago. This is almost 15 years old, so they were very strict about cell phones in hospitals with reason back then. Ow, okay, I'm gonna have to adjust one of the cups. Yeah, this got to loosen a little bit. There we go. Oh, where is it? Oh, why is it so hard? Oh, you know what? I just realized I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay, I was like, why isn't this feeling right? Because I had it upside down. That's why. I knew it. I knew it didn't feel right. No, I had it upside down, dumbass. There we go. That's better. Okay, that's better. Oh, why am I suddenly itchy? As I speak, he gazes out of the window at the panoramic view of Portland. He turns to me when I shut the door and he looks angry. When does he not? How far above the limit? I see. All charges, everything. Anna's father's in the ICU. I want you to throw the fucking book at him. Dad? Good. Keep me informed. He hangs up. Okay, was he just talking to his father as if his father decides what charges are going to be laid? I forget what the dad does because the mom's the doctor, so he's not a doctor as far as I know. He's not a doctor. I forget what he does. No, wait, isn't it something in engineering or something because he knew about the helicopter and that it shouldn't have crashed like that or something. He does something like mechanical, I think. But yeah, why is he talking to his father about charges and shit? Like you would have nothing to do. And it sounds like it was just a drunk driver. Because if this winds up being a random car accident that has nothing to do with anything, why in the hell is it here? Why is it here? If it's not connected to the overall like conspiracy, blackmail stuff going on, like why is it here? Like if it's not informing your story, I don't need to read it. Not that anything informs the story because there's no story. Okay, hair, stop bothering me. I really got to get some bedhead. The green one with the silver in it. Best stuff ever. Or the pink spray foam one. That was good too. Though you could use an entire can of that in one go, which was not good. He nods. Some drunken trailer trash from southeast Portland. Judgmental bastard much. He sneers, and I'm shocked by his terminology and der- his the word is cut in half, and my dyslexia is not having it. There is if this was on one word, if this was on one line, I could read it, but I can't. Hello, Skippa 2206. Nice to see ya. Uh, derisory tone, Derisory. Derisory, whatever. I have no idea. Is that even a fucking word? He walks over to me. His tone softens. Finished with Ray? Do you want to go? No. I peer up at him, still reeling at his display of contempt. Why are you at all surprised by this? This is perfectly within character. Yes, I have dyslexia. What's wrong? Nothing. Ray's being taken to radiology for a CT scan to check the swelling in his brain. I'd like to wait for the results. Okay, we'll wait. He sits down and holds out his arms. As we're alone, I go willingly and curl up in his lap. Ugh, I hate when they do that because it's just infantilizing. It's just she's little girl and he's daddy and blah blah blah. This is not how I envisioned spending today. Christian murmurs into my hair. Me neither, but I'm feeling more positive now. Your mom was very reassuring. It was kind of her to come last night. Christian strokes my back and rests his chin on my head. Your mom's an amazing woman. She is. We're very lucky to have her. Christian nods. You should call my mom. Tell her about Ray. I should call my mom. Tell her about Ray. I murmur and Christian stiffens. I'm surprised she hasn't called me. I frown in a moment of realization. In fact, I feel hurt. It's my birthday after all. She was there when I was born. Why hasn't she called? I'm sorry, did she just say that, confirm that yes, her mother, her birth mother, was in fact there when she was born? Did we need this confirmed? Like, and we know that her mother is a bad mother, okay? But also, it's like 9:30 in the morning and she's in a different time zone. Like, at least give it till dinner before you decide she didn't call. Maybe she did, Christian says. I fish my Blackberry out of my pocket. It shows no missed calls, but quite a few texts. Happy birthdays from Kate, Jose, Mia, and Ethan. Nothing from my mother. I shake my head despondently. Call her now, he says softly. I do, but there's no reply, just the answering machine. I don't leave a message. How can my own mother forget my birthday? Oh, yeah, I actually had my mother forget my birthday, my 16th no less. She said happy birthday 3 days later. She's not there. I'll call her later when I know the results of the brain scan. Yeah, I would think that like, she is the ex-wife, and she's the ex-wife by like 3 other husbands by now, so probably not imperative that she be one of the first told. Christian tightens his arms around me, nuzzling my hair once more, and wisely makes no comment on my mother's lack of maternal concern. I feel rather than hear the buzz of his Blackberry. He doesn't let me stand up, but fishes it awkwardly out of his pocket. Andrea, he snaps, businesslike again. I make another move to stand, but he stops me, frowning, holding me tight around my waist. I nestle back into his chest and listen to the one-sided conversation. Again, treating her like a freaking... What's too fast? What am I doing too fast? Am I reading too fast? Oh. Ugh, need my fan. This dress is hot. I only have the winter weight runs now. My summer ones are pretty much destroyed and I can't find them even from the same place that I bought them. They have a different material now, which is incredibly disappointing and sad for me. Hey, Skippa, thank you for the follow. Uh, yeah, forgot to turn the page. Forgot to turn the page. Good. ETA is what time? And the other packages? Christian glances at his watch. Does the Heathman have all the details? Good. Yes. It can hold until Monday morning. But email it just in case. I'll print, sign, and scan it back to you. They can wait. Go home, Andrea. No, we're good. Thank you. He hangs up. I think that's the closest we've ever seen to him doing work. You're from Slovakia? Cool. Don't have to worry about English here. It's okay. Trust me, the author barely can write in English, so you're in good company. Everything okay? Yes. Is this your Taiwan thing? Yes. He shifts beneath me. Am I too heavy? He snorts. No, baby. Are you worried about the Taiwan thing? No. I thought it was important. It is. The shipyard here depends on it. There are a lot of jobs at stake. Oh, we just have to sell it to the unions. That's Sam and Ross's job. It actually just says Rose, but I think there's somebody named Ross. But the way the economy is heading, none of us have a lot of choice. Wait, this is in like 2014. Wasn't the economy pretty good then? Like it sucks right now, especially the last few weeks in Canada because of all the BS in America that's going on. Our economy has crashed hard. Like I had to repay something in foreign currency and the best exchange rate I could get online was like 42 cents to the dollar, which is about 30 cents lower than it should be, especially this time of year. It was absolutely like awful. I wound up paying back like 2/3 more than I had borrowed, which was terrible. But nothing you can do. Though I gotta find a place that'll do like foreign transfers that isn't PayPal because they are such a ripoff. And there's literally got to be a better way because they do not give like whatever the exchange rate of the day is. They hack it by like X% for no reason. Probably just to make money themselves, but it's really shady and I'm surprised they're allowed to do it. Mm. Okay, hard to get a chair adjusted when I can't use my hands. Uh, I yawn. Am I boring you, Mrs. Gray? He nuzzles my hair again, amused. No, never. I'm just very comfortable on your lap. I like hearing about your business. The business he never works at, and we still don't know exactly what he does. You do. He sounds surprised. Of course. I lean back to gaze directly at him. I like hearing any bit of information you deign to share with me. I smirk, and he regards me with amusement and shakes his head. Always hungry for more information, Mrs. Gray. Well, she is your wife now, so maybe she should have a better idea where the money comes from that pays for your life? Like, ever consider that? Tell me, I urge him as I snuggle up against his chest again. Tell you what? Why you do it? To what? Work the way you do. When in the hell does he work? No, I'm calling bullshit. When does he work? When? How many times in this book have we actually seen him do any work? It's been like 3 phone calls that were business. I think he's actually gone into his office twice, like 2 different days, and both times he wound up leaving the office to go deal with something with her. Like the one time it was to yell at her for not having instantly changed her professional email to her married name so that everybody knew that she literally belonged to him, and yes, that was how he put it. And another time was the New York trip where he came back because he canceled a 2-day business trip like 4 hours after landing because she went out for a drink instead of staying in the apartment. When in the hell does he work? And I gotta take this off for a second to fix my chair. Oh, better. Sorry, my hips need support. Oh, come on, stupid chair. Don't freaking... Oh, come on. I don't know why I'm very uncomfortable. Your info was true? That's good, I guess. Good, to be honest. Okay, please don't tell me I'm breaking these cups because one of them keeps slipping. This one keeps slipping. Maybe, we'll see. The guy's got to earn a living. He's amused. Christian, you earn more than a living. My voice is full of irony. He frowns and is quiet for a moment. I think he's not going to divulge any secrets, but he surprises me. I don't want to be poor, he says, his voice low. I've done that. I'm not going back there again. Besides, it's a game. This is what it really is. Because he's never going to be poor, okay? Let's face that fact. He's part of an extremely rich family. Okay? He's never going to be poor no matter what. And he's got, like, more personal wealth than, like, anyone could spend. So, you know, just by the things that he owns, he could sell them off and live very, very comfortably for the rest of his life. So he's never going to be poor. And that's, again, family money as well. So he's never going to be poor. So this is stupid. Like, I understand the mentality, but he needs, like, seriously, he knows, like, he's arrived. He has conquered the world. He is, for lack of a better term, and that's why it was originally called this, a master of the universe. Okay, he's rich, he's famous, he's privileged AF. He literally openly admits that he is above the law. He was planning to kidnap Jack Hyde, and I don't think he was planning to turn him over to the police when he was finished. So, yeah, no need to worry about that. But it's the game thing. Yeah, it's a game thing, that I get, because it's another way for him to have control, to get control over other businesses, other business people, to win at negotiating, that kind of thing. I get where that gets him off too. It's about control, but it is a game. It's, you know, master of the universe playing with his chess pieces. Or like the end of the first Men in Black movie where it pulls out the galaxies inside a marble being played with by an alien child. It's like that. It's about winning. In game, I'm always found very easy. Unlike life, I murmur to myself. He's saying that his business is a game. That's why he does it. It's not about making money anymore because he has money. It's just about winning. Because he gets off on it. Then I realized I said the words out loud. God forbid. Yes, I suppose, he frowns, though it's easier with you. Easier with me. I hug him tightly. It can't all be a game. You're very philanthropic. We have not seen actual proof of that. We've been told, but we've not seen. He shrugs, and I know he's growing uncomfortable. About some things, maybe, he says quietly. I love philanthropic Christian, I murmur. Just him? Oh, I love megalomaniac Christian, too. And control freak Christian. Sexpertise Christian? You so made up that word and don't. Kinky Christian. Romantic Christian. Shy Christian. The list is endless. In other words, you married somebody with the severe case of multiple personalities. Ugh. It's like in United States of Terror where she had you know, T and Buck and Alice, of course. I think Alice was probably my favorite. I liked Alice. And she had her good qualities. I really wish they hadn't canceled that show because I never got to the end of it. And they never unraveled the mystery. And I don't think they made books after because sometimes they do that just to explain like plot holes, but I don't think they did. So, and Cody DePoy, or was it, what was her name? I forget the showrunner's Cody something. Can't remember her name. But she said like she knew all the secrets. She had it. We just didn't get a chance to see it. That's a whole lot of Christians. I'd say at least 50. He laughs. 50 shades, he murmurs into my hair. My 50 shades. He shifts, tipping his head back and kisses me. Well, Mrs. Shades, let's see how your dad is doing. Okay. They're making out in a hospital, and it's been like 10 minutes. Can we go for a drive? Christian and I are back in the R8, and I'm feeling giddily buoyant. Ray's brain is back to normal, all swelling gone. Dr. Sluter has decided to wake him from his coma tomorrow. She says she's pleased with his progress. Why are they waiting till tomorrow? Isn't isn't it bad to keep someone in a medically induced coma like longer than you need to because it gets harder to reverse it? I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Sure, Christian grins at me. It's your birthday. You can do anything you want. Oh, his tone makes me turn and gaze at him. His eyes are dark. Anything? Anything. How much promise can he load into one word? Well, I want to drive. Then drive, baby. He grins, and I grin back. My car handles like a dream. As we hit the I-5, I suddenly put my foot down, forcing us both back into our seats. Steady, baby, Christian warns. Yeah, he's the worst in a car. Oh, that's pinching. Okay, I officially have to get better handcuffs. These suck. But I know where to go for that. If you're in Canada, pinkcherry.ca will do it for you. Love their website. And they usually have some pretty good free gifts too. What's BT? Sorry if I should know what that is and I don't, but I don't. Don't like my time being twisted. Okay, no, come on. Birthday. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Skipper. Everyone in the chat say happy birthday. This is hard. Okay, better. Sorry, that was bothering me. Y'all know I'm very visual, okay? Ow. As we drive back into Portland, an idea occurs to me. Have you planned lunch? I asked Christian tentatively. No. You're hungry? He sounds hopeful. Yes. Where do you want to go? It's your day, Anna. I know just the place. We pull up near the gallery where Jose exhibited his work and park right outside Le Le Pic Le Picotin something restaurant. I'm sure this is again a real place. Where we went after Jose's show. Christian grins. For one moment I thought you were going to take me to that dreadful bar you drunk dialed me from. Why would I do that? To check the azaleas are still alive. He arches a sardonic brow. I blush. Don't remind me. Besides, you still took me to your hotel room. I smirk. Best decision I've ever made, he says. His eyes soft and warm. Yes, it was. I lean over and kiss him. Yes, that decision you made to kidnap me when I was drunk and had no idea what was going on and passed out in your arms. Yeah, that was a good decision. Drink me, eat me. Do you think that supercilious fucker is still waiting tables? Christian asks. Supercilious? I thought he was fine. He was trying to impress you. Well, he succeeded. Christian's mouth twists in amused disgust. Shall we go see? I offer. Lead on, Mrs. Gray. After lunch and a quick detour to the Heathman to pick up Christian's laptop, we return to the hospital. I spend the afternoon with Ray, reading aloud from one of the manuscripts I've been sent. My only accompaniment is the sound of the machinery keeping him alive, keeping him with me. Is he on life support? Seriously? We weren't told this. But again, like, why is he being kept in a coma for another day, and why is she there? Like, she knows there's nothing to do until tomorrow, so why are you there? Now that I know he's making progress, I can breathe a little easier and relax. I'm hopeful. He just needs time to get well. I've got time. I can give him that. I wonder idly if I should try calling Mom again, but decide to do it later. I hold Ray's hand loosely as I read to him, squeezing it occasionally, willing him to be better. His fingers feel soft and warm beneath my touch. He still has the indentation on his finger where he wore his wedding ring, even after all this time. An hour or two later, I don't know how long, I glance up to see Christian, laptop in hand, standing, oh, standing at the end of Ray's bed with Nurse Kelly. It's time to go, Anna. Oh, I clasp Ray's hands tightly. I don't want to leave him. I want to feed you. Come, it's late. Christian sounds insistent. I'm about to give Mr. Steele a sponge bath, Nurse Kelly says. Okay, I concede. We'll come back tomorrow morning. I kiss Ray on his cheek, feeling the unfamiliar stubble beneath my lips. I don't like it. Keep getting better, Daddy. I love you. How many more times am I going to have to choke on the word Daddy? Because I'd really rather not. Why would you say that? Why are you here? I thought we'd dine downstairs, in a private room, Christian says. And gleam in his eye as he opens the door to our suite. Oh, he's gonna like recreate like their first date like menu or something. Really? Finish what you started a few months ago? He smirks. If you're very lucky, Mrs. Gray. I laugh. Christian, I don't have anything dressy to wear. He smiles, holds out his hand, and leads me to the bedroom. He opens the wardrobe to reveal a large white dress bag hanging inside, because of course he's bought her clothes. He buys her clothes all the time. Taylor, I ask. Christian, he replies, forceful and wounded at once. His tone makes me laugh. Unzipping the bag, I find a navy satin dress and ease it out. It's gorgeous, fitted with thin straps. It looks small. It's lovely, thank you. I hope it fits. It will, he says confidently. And here. He picks up a shoebox. Shoes to match. He gives me a wolfish smile. Ick. You think of everything. Thank you. I stretch up and kiss him. Did he think of a strapless bra to go under the dress? I do. He hands me yet another bag. I gaze at him quizzically. Inside is a black strapless bodysuit with a central panel of lace. Okay, so that shuts me up. Did actually think of it. But yay for acknowledging it. He caresses my face, tilts my chin, and kisses me. I look forward to taking this off you later. Of course, because lingerie is really for the guy. No, it has to be better than. I think it's in the second movie. It's the scene where they go to his parents for the first time and she's wearing a gray dress. Oh, it's the masquerade. Is it the masquerade ball? It might be, because I think that's at their house. But there's the whole scene where she's putting on all the expensive lingerie and he gives her the Benoit balls, and then then she gets dressed and puts on the silver dress, but then later when they're at the function and they go up to his room to bang, he takes the dress off and there's nothing underneath it. She's just naked under the dress. And it's like, we saw her putting on a ton of lingerie and stockings. What happened to them? Like, okay, did you forget that you had a whole scene of her putting on the lingerie? Oh. And the answer to that is yes. I'm pretty sure these movies had no continuity person. There's a ton of things. Fresh out of my bath, washed, shaved, and feeling pampered, I sit on the edge of the bed and start up the hairdryer. Christian wanders into the bedroom. I think he's been working. Here, let me, he says, pointing to the chair in front of the dressing table. Try my hair? He nods, and I blink at him. Come, he says, regarding me intently. I know that expression, and I know better than to disobey. That's getting highlighted. I can't help it. Oh, I hear a puppy tail. Slowly and methodically, he dries my hair, one lock at a time with his usual skill. Okay, I'm curious what the dog is doing because he's very happy and I can't see where he is. Which usually means he is doing something he's not supposed to be doing. And thinks he's getting away with it, so he's a happy dog. You're no stranger to this, I murmur. His smile is reflected in the mirror, but he says nothing and continues to brush through my hair. It's very relaxing. He said he used to do his mother's hair. So that's what it is. Then we step into the elevator on our way to dinner. We're not alone. Christian looks delicious in his signature white linen shirt, black jeans and jacket, no tie. The two women inside shoot admiring glances at him, and less generous ones to me, because everybody's a bitch. I hide my smile. Yes, ladies, he's mine. Ugh. This is just like so much proof that she is just becoming as bad as he is. Like, that's what it is. He's not getting better, she's getting worse. Christian takes my hand and pulls me close as we travel in silence down to the mezzanine level. It's busy, full of people dressed for the evening, sitting around, chatting, drinking, starting their Saturday nights. I'm grateful that I fit in. The dress hugs me, skimming over my curves and holding everything in place. I have to say, I feel attractive wearing it. I know Christian approves. At first, I think we're heading for the private dining room where we first discussed the contract, but he leads me past that doorway and onto the far end where he opens the door to another wood paneled room. Surprise! Oh my. Kate and Elliot, Mia, Ethan, Carrick and Grace, Mr. Rodriguez and Jose, and my mother and Bob are all there raising their glasses. Holy shit. So again, we have 8 people that had nothing, that had no problem dropping their lives, 4 of them flying in to, and again, they were not supposed to be in Portland today. They were supposed to be where they live. The only reason they're in Portland is because of the accident. So, meaning they had to change plans at like 24 hours notice. And again, her mom and Bob like have to fly in from another state, several states away. So this is probably why like the mom wasn't answering. But okay, I have to take one cup off so I can fill my glass. But riddle me this, chat. Honest answers from the chat. Because Christian was the one who told her to call her mother earlier and reminded her that her mother had not called her on her birthday. So he told her to call the mom, knowing the mom was not going to answer because she didn't want to spoil the surprise, or she was likely on a plane at the time and couldn't answer her phone. And he obviously knew that the mom is here because he set it up. So how is he not the world's biggest douchebag for telling her to call the mom at a time when he knows the mom can't answer or won't answer to preserve the surprise, and just making her feel like abandoned by her mother? And then spring this surprise on. And again, 2 of these people were in an accident like yesterday. They should be in the hospital still. And he doesn't even like Jose, so why would he invite him and his father too? Like, especially the dad. I can almost understand inviting Jose because he's part of the group and Anastasia's friend, even though Christian hates him and he shouldn't be part of the group. But inviting his father as well, like, what the hell? Like, this is not good at all. The ducks agree with me. I've told them secretly. By the way, is anybody going to comment on the new duck stage, please? Let's see if I can spin this. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, that really cuts. Got it. Nope, this one's not going to go. No, it's too tight. I gotta loosen that by 1. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. There we go. Got them both around. I need it on 2 notches though. I can't do it on 1. It won't move. Oh, fucking A. Why don't this thing stay where I... put it? Uh, okay, so everybody is once again there because none of these people have jobs or real lives. But neither do the main characters, so. It's like every soap opera ever, where people technically have jobs, but nobody's ever at work because they're all busy cheating on each other all the time and having babies. Uh, I stand gasping at them, speechless. How? When? I turn in consternation to Christian, and he squeezes my hand. My mom steps forward and wraps her arms around me. Oh, Mom. Darling, you look beautiful. Happy birthday. Mom, I sob, embracing her. Oh, Mommy. Oh, God. Now we're going to have Mommy and Daddy shoot me. If anyone would like me to chug a glass of wine, I'd be very grateful. Tears stream down my face despite the audience, and I bury my face in her neck. Honey, darling, don't cry. Ray will be okay. He's such a strong man. Don't cry. Not on your birthday. So Mom continuing to be the worst. Her voice cracks, but she maintains her composure. She grasps my face in her hands and with her thumbs wipes away my tears. I thought you'd forgotten. Oh, Anna, how could I? 17 hours of labor is not something you easily forget. Okay, like seriously though, how shit is her mother? How much of a flake and a fuck up her entire life has her mother been? If at 22 years old, turning 22, she genuinely fully believed that her flaky ditzy mother had for real forgotten her daughter's birthday. Yeah. No, I'm not seeing any Mommy of the Year awards here. I giggle through my tears and she smiles. Try your eyes, honey. Lots of people are here to share your special day. I sniffle, not wanting to look at anyone else in the room. Embarrassed and thrilled that everyone has made such an effort to come and see me. Like, do we think Christian do we think okay, who knows the movie Richie Rich? Okay? Not regarded as one of Macaulay Culkin's best, but I maintain it's a fun movie. It's stupid. It's over the top. It has actors in it that are way too good for that, including Macaulay Culkin. But it's a fun kids movie. It's got some very grown up, deep lessons if you're paying attention. One of which is when we find out, because Richie Rich wants to play with some normal kids, so he meets them randomly at a ballpark and invites them to his house, but they say no because he's rich and they're normal, like poor kids. But then they show up. They come to the mansion and they all have a really great day together and they have fun and act like kids. And we discover he has a private roller coaster that's really at Six Flags and he has a private McDonald's and it's just fun. And they have a great time. But then when they're leaving, the kids are like, "Hey, the butler promised us $100 if we'd come and play with you." And then Richie's devastated because his butler had to pay them to be his friends. I fully believe that is what Christian Grey is doing. It has to be. Because we've established, like with Taylor doesn't just work for him as a bodyguard and get paid probably very well for that. Christian also pays for his daughter's schooling tuition and other things. Somebody else, he said he bought their house or he pays for their car. So that's what it is. He does extra things. That's why he gets people to do sus and shady things they wouldn't normally do. So how much do we think he paid each of these people to drop their lives and just show up here? Again,
Because keep in mind, it was like last weekend. They all dropped everything to go to Aspen for 3 days. It was like a week ago. Not even. And now they're all here again. So yeah, I'm going with he's paying these people to come around at his beck and call. Oh, oh, I sniffed it. It feels like pool water at my nose. Ick. Ick. And how did you get here? When did you arrive? Your husband sent his plane, darling. She grins, impressed. And I laugh. Thank you for coming, Mom. Because that wouldn't be way more expensive than like 2 first-class tickets to actually send a plane all the way there and then all the way back. I wipe my nose with a tissue as only. Wait, did I skip? She wipes my nose with a tissue as only a mother would. Mom, I scold, composing myself. That's better. Happy birthday, darling. She steps aside while everyone lines up to hug me and wish me happy birthday. He's doing well, Anna. Dr. Sluter is one of the best in the country. Happy birthday, Angel. Grace hugs me. Yeah, because we need to talk about that right now. And it just so happens that one of the best for whatever kind of doctor he is. By the way, we weren't told. Like, is he a neurologist? Because that's who you need right now. So, is he a neurologist? I am aware that I sound stuffy. Blame the weather. You cry all you want to, Anna. It's your party. Jose embraced me. Who remembers the song? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Who sings that? I used to know. Was it a girl group or just a girl singer? I don't know if I know the answer to that. I'm also not sure if when I heard it, it was like original or remix because I don't know how old that song actually is. Something in my hair. Oh, I gotta get a headband. Okay, when we get to the chapter break, and I actually take a break from getting a headband, my hair's driving me crazy. Da-da-da-da-da. Happy birthday, darling girl. Carrick smiles, cupping my face. Sup, babe. Your old man will be fine. Elliot enfolds me in his arms. Happy birthday. Okay. Taking my hand, Christian pulls me from Elliot's embrace. Enough fondling my wife. Go fondle your fiancé. Elliot grins wickedly at him and winks at Kate. A waiter I hadn't noticed before presents Christian and me with glasses of pink champagne. Christian clears his throat. This would be a perfect day if Ray were here with us, but he's not far away. He's doing well, and I know he'd like you to enjoy yourself, Anna. To all of you, thank you for coming to share my beautiful wife's birthday, the first of many to come. Happy birthday, my love. Christian raises his glass to me and amid a chorus of happy birthdays, and I have to fight again to keep my tears at bay. See, he knows how to make like a decent speech. He can sound like normal and supportive, but it's it's when he's his most out of character, which again fits in with how he was at the dinner with the parents. He puts on a normal person persona when he needs to, but it's fake as a $3 bill, and you can tell the difference. You can tell he's putting on an act. It's phony. He doesn't really mean anything that he's saying. Um, I'm gonna quote. I think it's season 1. I want to say season 1 of Hannibal, when Hannibal himself is talking to his therapist, because yes, therapists have therapists. They're required to. And he's talking to his therapist, and she's calling him out, saying, you wear a mask, you hide your true self, and you put on this front for the rest of the world, and that's all you let people see. You don't let them see the real you. Now, she doesn't know that he's secretly a cannibalistic serial killer, and that's what he's hiding. But she's noticing that, he's not his real self in the day-to-day world. And she says, you put on a suit, like a person suit. which is also a reference to Silence of the Lambs, for anyone who doesn't know. But she's right. I watch the animated conversation around the dinner table. It's strange to be cocooned in the bosom of my own family, knowing the man I consider my father is on a life support machine in the cold clinical environs of the ICU. I'm detached from the proceedings, but grateful that they're all here. Watching the sparring between Elliot and Christian, Jose's ready, warm wit, Mia's excitement and her enthusiasm for the food. When did she become a foodie? But again, the two people we most are like connected to food have the acronyms Anna and Mia, or not acronyms, but the short form of their names is Anna and Mia, which is internet slang for anorexia and bulimia, and they're both heavily associated with food. Like, it has to be intentional. It has to be. Plus, Christian's constantly forcing her to eat and talking about she's lost weight, and when they were apart, she starved herself for several days. Like, Ethan slyly watches her. I think he likes her. It's hard to tell. Mr. Rodriguez is sitting back, like me, enjoying the conversation. He looks better, rested. Jose is very attentive to him, cutting his food and keeping his glass filled. Aren't they both like severely like broken bones or something? I don't remember injuries, but still. And also, by the way, if either of them are drinking, I guarantee you they're both on like Oxy, so you should not be drinking on that shit. Long time ago, I was never on Oxy, but I was on like the knockoff version. I used to have to break those things in half because they were too strong. It'd make me nod out at school. And I'm lucky I went to a school that was forgiving enough to know that I kept a couple in my locker for emergencies and didn't have me arrested, which, yes, they could have. Because even with a prescription, you're not supposed to bring that to school, which, again, is stupid and it's going too far. Because, like, sometimes students are going to need to be on medication while they're at school. You have to bring it with you. There's no other choice. Having his surviving parents come so close to death made Jose appreciate Mr. Rodriguez more. I know. So I guess we know that Jose's mom is dead? I don't think we knew that. And gaze at Mom. She's in her element. Charming, witty, and warm. I love her so much. I must remember to tell her. Life is so precious. I realize that now. You okay? Kate asked in an uncharacteristically gentle voice. I nod and clasp her hand. Yes, thanks for coming. You think Mr. Megabucks could keep me away from you on your birthday? We got to fly in the helicopter. She grins. Really? Yes, all of us. And to think Christian can fly it. I nod. It's kind of hot. Yeah, I think so. Why is that hot? Somebody explain, why is that hot? And also, thank you for sending the reconstructed helicopter that crashed and burned a couple of weeks ago to pick up all of my friends. I'm not sure I'd be okay with this. Are you staying here tonight? I ask. Yes, we all are, I think. You knew nothing about this? I shake my head. Smooth, isn't he? That's not the word for it. I nod. What did he get you for your birthday? This. I hold up my bracelet. Oh, cute. Yes, London, Paris. Ice cream? You don't want to know. I can guess. See, this is the problem. This is what I said. I said somebody's going to ask about the ice cream because it's the odd one out. And Kate knows enough to know that it's about sex, and now it's awkward. We laugh and I blush, recalling Ben and Jerry's and Anna. Oh, and an R8. Kate spits her wine rather unattractively down her chin, making us both laugh some more. Over the top bastard, isn't he? She giggles. Why is it surprising that he bought her a car? That's the least surprising thing. It's the most obvious thing. Like, honest to God, it's what I would expect because it's his first time buying her a birthday present. So yeah, car for somebody who's rich is kind of a go-to. I would almost expect it out of default, out of I don't know her well enough to do better because we got married way too early. Oh, I wish I had pizza. Or Chinese food. I think I could live off Chinese food. Oh, that feels good on my neck. Better. You know what it is? The weight. Okay, I didn't consider how much this tie weighs. It's very heavy, and it's hurting my neck. So it may go bye-byes unless I can adjust it. Because, yeah, my neck is very fragile from a car accident, the car accident I was in, so anything that's, like, heavy around my neck, I'm getting, like, a massive migraine. Wait, it was on the other page. For dessert, I am presented with a sumptuous chocolate cake, blazing with 22 silver candles and a roaring chorus of happy birthday, which is out of copyright now, so you can sing it online all you want, and they can't do jack, which is good. QB. Grace watches Christian singing with the rest of my friends and family, and her eyes shine with love. Catching my eye, she blows me a kiss. Make a wish, Christian whispers to me. In one breath, I blow out all the candles, fervently willing my father get better. Daddy, get well. Please get well. I love you so. I also want to know, somebody check if I still why didn't I leave the copy up? Damn it! I found the text copy and I should have left it up because I want to know in either of the other two books, does she ever refer to Ray as daddy specifically? She calls him her dad, her father. He's the one she kept in touch with out of her mom's like 5 previous husbands. I get it, but did she ever call him daddy? Because I don't think she did. And again, the infantilizing of her only kicked in this book after the honeymoon, because I think that's when she started getting the ideas for the Mister, because a lot of what is in that, I'm starting to see the pieces of it here. And as I said, the book, The Mister, is literally just all 350 Shades, like condensed into one book. It repeats entire scenes verbatim. I've got about 5 pages left. And then also, in between chapters, I'm going to play the burn video again for anyone who didn't see it the first time. Because I know some people come in late, so we will be playing the burn video again for anyone who missed it. At midnight, Mr. Rodriguez and Jose take their leave. Thank you so much for coming. I hug Jose tightly. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Glad Ray's heading in the right direction. Yes, you, Mr. Rodriguez, Gray have to come fishing with Christian and Aspen. Is Aspen known for fishing? I thought it was primarily for skiing. But I guess you could fish there. I mean, you can fish anywhere because fish, but there's places. Lost my flippin' place. Where the hell was I? Yeah, sounds cool. Jose grins before he leaves to fetch his father's coat, and I crouch down to say goodbye to Mr. Rodriguez. You know, Anna, there was a time. Well, I thought you and Jose. His voice fades and he looks at me, his dark gaze intense but loving. Oh no, I'm very fond of your son, Mr. Rodriguez, but he's like a brother to me. You would have made one fine daughter-in-law, and you do to the Greys. He smiles wistfully and I blush. Who in the hell says this? I'm blaming this on a combination of painkillers and champagne. Because you don't say this. Like, you don't say the quiet part out loud here, dude. And they were never a thing, and they were never gonna be a thing. Like, for all the Twilight idiots, there never was a Team Jacob. The author admitted she deliberately nuked his character to make him a non-viable companion because she realized she had written Edward and Jacob as equals, so they were equally romantically viable options, and she wanted it to be Edward, even though she's the author. She can have it end any way she fucking wants. That's the point of being the author. I sure as hell have my cake and eat it too in my fan fiction. You better believe I do, because it's mine. I can write what I want. I can have it go any way I want because I make the rules. But she said no, after the first book, she sabotaged the character of Jacob so that he wasn't supposed to be a viable interest anymore. And the fans just didn't see it. And that's where all the imprinting grooming shit comes from. Because imprinting is the definition of grooming. It's the worst kind of grooming. It's also psychological brainwashing on both parts. It removes autonomy from two people. Like, it's the worst when you think about it. Like, when you think about it, imprinting is like one of the most evil things ever written in a book. It wasn't meant to be, but it is. And that's without accounting for the CGI baby. Which I still can't believe nobody stopped them. Nobody said, no, we'll get a robot baby. Do I hear a kitty? I might hear a kitty. If I hear a kitty again, I'll get up and get a kitty. Usually when he's meowing to come out, it means, I have to pee. Let me out before I pee in your closet. You know, not that he's ever done that, because I didn't see him do it, and therefore I can't prove that he's the one who peed in the closet, but pretty sure it was him. Fishing, blah, blah, blah. I hope you'll settle for a friend. Of course. Your husband's a fine man. You chose well, Anna. No, she didn't. She chose rich. I think so, I whisper. I love him so. I hug Mr. Rodriguez. Treat him good, Anna. I will, I promise. Also, notice how everyone who was sus of Christian is now suddenly fully on his side. That's what money will do. That's what paying people to like you will do. Christian closes the door to our suite. Alone at last, he murmurs, leaning back against the door watching me. I step towards him and run my fingers over the lapels of his jacket. Thank you for a wonderful birthday. You really are the most thoughtful, considerate, generous husband. No, he's not. My pleasure. Yes, your pleasure. Let's do something about that, I whisper, tightening my hands around his lapels, and I pull his lips to mine. So, yeah, of course she's going to give him sex. He gave her a car. Of course he's getting sex tonight. Thank God she didn't make me read that scene, because it skips. Thank you. Okay, where's the end of this chapter? Because I have to pee. Okay, 2 more pages, then we're taking a break. Briefly, like 3-minute break. I will play the bird video again while I'm gone. After a communal breakfast, I open all my presents and then give a series of cheery goodbyes to all the Grays and Kavanaughs who will be returning to Seattle via Charlie Tango. My mom, Christian, and I head up to the hospital with Taylor driving, since the 3 of us would not fit in my R8. Wait, is it one of those stupid two-seater sports car things? Ugh, I need Advil. Bob has declined to visit, and I'm secretly glad. It would just be too weird. I'm sure Ray wouldn't appreciate seeing Bob seeing him as anything less than his best. So the current husband can't meet the former. Okay, whatever. I'm assuming this is like guy ego crap that I don't understand because I think it's stupid. Ray looks much the same. Hairier. Mom is shocked when she sees him, and together we cry a little more. Oh, Ray. She squeezes his hand and gently strokes his face, and I move to see her love for her ex-husband. I'm glad I have tissues in my purse. We sit beside him, me holding her hand while she holds his. Anna, there was a time when this man was the center of my world. The sun rose and set with him. I'll always love him. He's taken such good care of you. Mom, I choke, and she strokes my face and tucks a lock of my hair behind my ear. You know I'll always love Ray. We just drifted apart. Keep in mind, we figured out she would have been married to each of these men, like from the day she met them to the day of divorce. She had probably 2, maybe 3 years at best, at absolute best, with any of her husbands. So let's just keep that in mind. You know, we just drifted apart, she sighs, and I just couldn't live with him. She gazes down at her fingers, and I wonder if she's thinking about Steve, husband number 3, who we don't talk about. Okay, what? What did Steve do? I want to know, and not the duck. Nobody accused the duck. Not this Steve, not our Steve, that we still don't know what he's supposed to be. But he's allowed to be whatever he wants, and that's okay. But what the hell did husband number 3 do that we don't talk about? Huh? Huh? Because you know what I'm saying. You know what's being implied. You fucking know what's being implied because this author's an idiot. And it would explain much of Anastasia's behavior. I mean, we know she was a virgin, technically, but that's all we know. So, yes, I'm saying that about husband number 3, the one they don't talk about. I'm definitely saying that. It also makes sense why she bonded with Christian over his trauma, because it's shared experience. Oh, that just triggered me and I don't like it. I know you love Ray, I whisper, drying my eyes. They're going to bring him out of his coma today. Good. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's so stubborn. I think you learned it from him. I smile. Have you been talking to Christian? Yes. He does. Does he think you're stubborn? I believe so. Last page, but I gotta type something. I'll tell him it's a family trait. You look so good together, Anna. So happy. We are, I think. Getting there anyway. I love him. He's the center of my world. That's true. The sun rises and sets with him for me. The sun rises and sets with him for me, too. He obviously adores you, darling, and I adore him. Make sure you tell him. Men need to hear that stuff just like we do. You know, I don't actually need to hear that crap. In fact, I don't trust anyone when they say shit like that. It annoys the fuck out of me when people say, like, I don't know, just simpering, sugary crap. I don't buy it, and I always makes me go, like, what are you up to? Because if you're flattering me or blowing smoke up my ass, what the fuck do you want? Just get to the point. Just tell me what you fucking want. Don't say stupid shit to make me like you. I insist on going to the airport with Mom and Bob to say goodbye. Taylor follows in the R8 and Christian drives the SUV. Why is Christian not in the R8? What? Take good care of her, Bob, I whisper as he hugs me. Sure will, Anna, and you look after yourself. Will do. I turn to my mother. Goodbye, Mom. Thank you for coming. I whisper, my voice hoarse. I love you so much. Oh, my darling girl, I love you too. And Ray will be fine. He's not ready to shuffle off this mortal coil just yet. There's probably a Mariners game he can't miss. That's a real team, right? I think it's a real team. I'm fairly certain it's a real team for something. I want to say they're baseball, but don't quote me. I giggle. She's right. I resolve to read the sports page of the Sunday paper to Ray this evening. I watch her and Bob climb the steps of the GEH jet. She gives me a tearful wave and then she's gone. Christian wraps his arms around my shoulder. Let's head back, baby, he murmurs. Will you drive? Sure. When we return to the hospital that evening, Ray looks different. It takes me a moment to realize that the suck and push of the ventilator has vanished. Ray is breathing on his own. Relief floods through me. I stroke his stubbly face and take out a tissue to gently wipe the spittle from his mouth. Christian stalks off to find Dr. Sluter or Dr. Crow for an update, while I take my familiar seat beside his bed to keep a watchful vigil. I unfold the sports section of the Sunday Oregonian, I think I'm saying that right, and consent. I hate when words are cut in half when they're stupid words. Consensuously, I'm not saying that right, and I don't give a flying fuck. Learn how to put things on the same fucking. Like, what is the point in, like, hit the goddamn space a couple more times instead of cutting words in half? With all the AI writing going on, we should be better than this. Conscientiously begin reading out the report about the Sounders soccer game. Oh, it's a name. Okay. Sounders soccer game against Real Salt Lake. Is there a real team named Real Salt Lake? Did they get in an argument over, like, who's the Real Salt Lake team or something? So they're like, we're just gonna call ourselves Real Salt Lake. Like the way pizza places are like, real, authentic, genuine, and they put like 47 words to sound legit, and it's like, why? By all accounts, it was a wild game, but the Sounders were defeated by an own goal from Casey Keller. One of their team members scored on their own team? Are these children? I grip Ray's hand firmly in mine as I read it through. And the final score, Sounders 1, Real Salt Lake 2. Hey, Annie, we lost? No. Ray rasps and he squeezes my hand. Daddy! So I guess we're saying he's woken up. End of chapter! If we have any more scenes in the hospital, I reserve the right to throw up. Alright. 5-minute break.
I need Advil and to fix this tie before it breaks my neck. Because, ow! I'm in serious pain. These are coming off because they were only paid for one chapter, so cups are back on the table. Oh, I've got to take this off. It's too heavy. But I am going to take a very brief break. Let me make sure the sound should still be valid. It should still be working.
They did want
Is
tea.
it still working?
Now they don't. Some
Anybody?
people change their mind in the time it takes to boil
Night
the kettle,
Wolf.
brew the tea, and add the milk.
Hopefully the sound is still playing off my system. It hasn't burned out. I hope. Because I'm going to play the burn vid. So let's just block out the rest of my screen just in case. Yes, I was watching Hoarders. Don't judge. I like it. I'm missing 2 episodes, by the way. If you know where I can find the last 2 episodes of season 16, they aired weeks ago. I just haven't found them somewhere I can watch them yet. So if you know where I can watch this, please let me know. It's one of the few shows that I will obsess over. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to try to fix the tie to get the weight off my neck. But yeah, everybody stand, stretch, pet a fur baby, get a snack, get a drink, drink some water. Be right back. You look like you've lost at least 5 pounds, possibly more since then. Please eat, Anastasia, he scolds. I'm taking you for something to eat. You're fading away in front of me. Find the boy. Say goodbye. Please, can we stay longer? No. Go now. Say goodbye. Mr. Damn Control Freak. I'm going to cry. No, Christian, please. I've cried so much, I whisper. He glares at me. You're coming back to the apartment if I have to drag you there by your hair. We glare at each other, and abruptly he swoops down, grasps me around my thighs, and lifts me up. Before I know it, I'm over his shoulder. Put me down! I scream. Shoulder carrying is unacceptable for anyone over the age of 6. Taking me to the salon that he owns like his ex-lover? How can he be so stupid? The same place he took his submissives. Same stupidity at work here. Not even realizing this was a bad idea, and he's supposed to be a bright guy. Having crazy ex-girlfriends, can I blame him for that? I'm so curious as I can. Knowing my bank account number, that's just too stalkery by half. Insisting I stay with him, the threat from Layla must be worse than I feared. Christian, stop! I can't do this! I whisper urgently against his mouth, my hands pushing on his upper arms. No! Please, I can't do this. Not now. I need some time, please. Oh, Anna, don't overthink this. Oh, I love him so. I will be nothing without him. Nothing but a shadow, all the light eclipse. No, no, no. My poor Christian. Hey, he whispers, tilts my head back. Stop with the crying. You are mine, Anastasia, he whispers. Always. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? Holy fuck, what is all this? An array of bizarre implements and instruments. I examine them with a fascinated horror. All of these, inside me. Ball gag, to keep you quiet.
Okay, hope everybody enjoyed that. I put a pin at the back of the tie to hopefully keep the weight off my neck. It's not working. Maybe you could hear the cracking. Oh, and I meant to get a headband for my stupid hair and I forgot. Ugh. Okay, freaking plaster from the freaking hallway in my hair. Again. Just gonna shave it. Swear to God. Freaking plaster! Gets stuck like nothing else. It will not come out. Okay, I don't care how stupid my hair looks. That's at least more comfortable. I need Advil. Oh, I'm almost out of Advil. That's bad. I'll live on Advil. Okay, so as we get into chapter 19, I'll remind everyone that we still have ducks available for $10. We have a number of very colorful and charming little duckies still available to add to the duck stage, and you get to name them. They are drawn at random. For $25, we have the cuffs available for the next chapter if you would like, and for the last time, and this must be within the next, I'm gonna say in the next half hour. Within the next half hour for $50, I will chug a glass of wine within the next half hour. And Spike Bra is really more of an overall thing, but I will still put it on if anybody is insane enough to donate $100. You don't get to see me put it on, but I will step away, put it on, and verify that I'm wearing it when I come back. But we'll see. I haven't had much to highlight, which is disappointing me, but I feel like overall there's been enough to highlight in this book that I'm not going to lack for material when I need it. In fact, I may have to speed it up epically. So that's the thing with the 50 Shades Darker, I just didn't highlight that much, so that's why you can understand most of what's being said, because it's only slightly sped up to match the burn time. The burn time was meant to be longer, but I started choking because my bathroom has no ventilation. Okay. Chapter 19. Tears streamed down my face. He's back. My daddy is back. Gagged me with a fucking stick. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to freshen the lipstick because my lips are very dry. And no, it's not because of the mega amount of dye in this lipstick. Not at all. Okay, that's much, much better. Don't cry, Annie. Ray's voice is hoarse. What's happening? I take up his hand in both of mine, cradle it against my face. You've been in an accident. You're in the hospital in Portland. Ray frowns, and I don't know if it's because he's uncomfortable with my uncharacteristic display of affection or because he can't remember the accident. Do you want some water? I ask, though I'm not sure if I'm allowed to give him any. He nods, bewildered. My heart swells. Excuse me. I stand up and lean over him, kissing his forehead. I love you, Daddy. Welcome back. I swear to God she never called him Daddy before, and I'm very unhappy about it. He waves his hand, embarrassed. Me too, Annie. Water. I run the short distance to the nurse's station. My dad, he's awake. I beam at Nurse Kelly, who smiles back. Page Dr. Sluter, she says to her colleague, and hurriedly makes her way around the desk. He wants water. I'll bring him some. I skip back to my father's bed. I feel so lighthearted. Who skips in a hospital? I'm going to retell the scary backstory that I found recently from the first 50 Shades movie. This is on the actual behind the scenes, where someone is talking about how when she first arrives at Grey Tower Empire, whatever the fuck building, and she's standing outside and looking up at it, admiring the impressive size of his, it was deliberately decided. I always wondered why she looked so stupid, why her wardrobe was so fucked up in that scene. And it was deliberate. They deliberately dressed her like, quote, a child on the first day of school. They did that on purpose. Because they wanted to make her look out of place and like a child next to him. The out of place thing I get. The not in his rich, snooty, snobby business world I get. But why did you have to add kindergartner into the mix? Why did you need that? But need it they did. Even though in the movies, that's about the only infantilizing I really can point to. Other than him throwing her over his shoulder, you could definitely add that. But that's more of just being controlling and abusive than infantilizing, really. I skip back to my father's bed. I feel so lighthearted. His eyes are closed when I reach him, and I immediately worry that he slipped back into a coma. Daddy? I'm here, he mutters, and his eyes flutter open as Nurse Kelly appears with a jug of ice chips and a glass. Hello, Mr. Steele. I'm Kelly, your nurse. Your daughter tells me you're thirsty. How much of this am I going to have to suffer through? In the waiting room, Christian is staring fixedly at his laptop, deep in concentration. He glances up when I close the door. He's awake, I announce. He smiles and the tension around his eyes vanishes. Oh, I hadn't noticed before. Has he been tense all this time? I'm gonna go with yes. He asks as how is he? He asks as I wrap my arms around him. Talking, thirsty, bewildered. He doesn't remember the accident at all. That's understandable. Now that he's awake, I want to get him moved to Seattle. I was like waiting for that. I'm amazed he hadn't done that already. Or like what's more practical and would make more sense is Christian saying like, "Oh, I know the best doctors in Zurich or Ramstad or something," and and like having him flown there without even like telling anyone or clearing it with Anastasia, and her getting mad that like, oh, you flew my father to Germany? What are you talking about? And he's like, well, that's where the best care is, and I wanted him to have the best care. Why are you mad? That would have made way more sense. Way more sense. Then we can go home and my mom can keep an eye on him. Already? I'm not sure he's well enough to be moved. I'll talk to Dr. Sluter, get her opinion. Wasn't that character a guy in the last chapter? I'm pretty sure. You miss home? Yes. Okay. You're like 2 hours away and you spend a lot of time here. You haven't stopped smiling, Christian says as I pull up outside the Heathman. I'm very relieved and happy. Christian grins. Good. The light is fading and I shiver as I step out into the cool, crisp evening and hand my key to the parking valet. He's eyeing my car with lust and I don't blame him. Christian puts his arm around me. I do not understand. Hey. Shall we celebrate? He asks as we enter the foyer. Celebrate? Your dad. I giggle. Oh, him. I've missed that sound. Christian kisses my hair. Can we just eat in our room? You know, have a quiet night in? Sure. Come. Taking my hand, he leads me to the elevators. That was delicious, I murmur with satisfaction as I push my plate away, replete for the first time in ages. They sure know how to make a fine tartatan here. Really? They're having tartatan? I love tartatan. I'm surprised to see it in an American book, but I'm freshly bathed and wearing only Christian's t-shirt and my panties. In the background, Christian's iPod is on shuffle and Dido is warbling about white flags. I know that band. Christian eyes me speculatively. His hair is damp from our bath. He's wearing just his black t-shirt and jeans. That's the most I've seen you eat the entire time we've been here, he says. I was hungry. He leans back in his chair with a self-satisfied smirk and takes a sip of his white wine. Don't mind if I do. What would you like to do now? His voice is soft. What do you want to do? He raises an eyebrow, amused. What I always want to do. And that is, Mrs. Gray, don't be coy. Are we going to get a cheesy sex scene again that involves food? Reaching across the dining table, I grasp his hand, turn it over, and skim my index finger over his palm. I'd like you to touch me with this. I run my finger up his index finger. Ooh, sirens. Okay. He shifts in his chair. Just that. His eyes darken and heat at once. Maybe this. I run my finger up his middle finger and back to his palm. And this. My nail traces his ring finger. Definitely this. My finger stops at his wedding ring. This is very sexy. Is it now? It sure is. It says, "This man is mine." See how she's like slowly becoming the female version of him because it's the only way to make him tolerable is to make her suddenly okay with all of his crap? And I skim the small callus that's already formed on his palm beneath the ring. What? I'm going to say that again. And I skim the small callus that has already formed on his palm beneath the ring. E.L. James does not know how rings work. Mrs. Gray, are you seducing me? Oh, we're not quoting. I know what movie that's. It's from The Graduate. I've never seen it, but I know that line. It's, Dustin Hoffman, I know, is in it. And the only reason I know that movie is from watching The Other Sister, which is a great movie, underrated, didn't get its due, but excellent movie. Giovanni Ribisi and Juliette Lewis. He leans forward and cups my chin with his other hand. Mrs. Gray, are you seducing me? I hope so. Anastasia, I'm a gibbon. His voice is low. Come here. Was that supposed to be quoting Pretty Woman? Because if it was, keep your hands off that movie. That movie's good. Really good. And no, for all the idiots out there, they should not do a sequel to it or a remake. Because also, it is the quintessential 90s movie. There's so many things in that movie that you would never in a million years be able to show in a movie today. I think that movie's even like PG-13 too. Which, how they got away with that? Who got bribed? And I mean it. Who got bribed to make that movie PG-13? Or it might even just be PG. I'm not even sure PG-13 had been invented as a rating when it came out, because that was a product of the Tipper Gore era of the mid-90s. So I don't know. But yeah, how that movie got like okay for children and TV and airplanes, I don't know, but it did. He tugs my head, pulling me into his lap. I like having unfettered access to you. He runs a hand up my thigh to my behind. Oh, are they finally going to do anal? Because we know we're not getting out of this book series without them doing anal. There's no way. He grasps the nape of my neck with his other hand and kisses me, holding me firmly in place. I hate that so much. I hate it when somebody's holding my neck or my head, not just because it's painful and they could seriously injure my neck so easily, but it just the lack of being able to pull away or move. Like, don't ever do that. He tastes some white wine and apple pie. That's supposed to be a homespun America thing, because I know apple pie. Baseball, beer, and apple pie. I know. Or there's a phrase as American as apple pie, too. Which, did America really invent apple pie? Who knows who invented pie? Okay, because it's pie. Like, every culture has pie. So, I don't think America gets to lay claim to inventing apple pie. Or pie in general. He tastes of white wine and apple pie and Christian. I run my fingers through his hair, holding him to me while our tongues explore and curl and twist around each other. I never understood. I never understand French kissing because I only ever tried it once when I was like 14 and too young and didn't like it. It was icky and weird and gross and weird. No, that may have just been being 14, but never tried it again since. My blood heating in my veins. We're breathless when Christian pulls away. Where are we? Let's go to bed, he murmurs against my lips. Bed. He pulls back. Excuse me. Why am I having hiccups? He pulls back further and tugs my hair so I'm looking up. Oh, God, with the hair pulling. Fuck off with the hair pulling. One thing I will never tolerate in a million years is don't touch my hair, don't pull my hair, don't hold my head, don't hold my neck, don't pull my hair, don't fucking control my head, my face, anything at any time. Do not do that shit. I shrug, feigning indifference. Surprise me. You're feisty this evening. He runs his nose along mine. What is with that? Maybe I need to be restrained. Oh, she's really feeling kinky. What did you slip her? Maybe you do. You're getting mighty bossy in your old age. He narrows his eyes, but I can't disguise the latent humor there. What are you doing about it? I challenge. His eyes glitter. I know what I'd like to do about it. Depends if you're up to it. Wow, is he actually having a moment of like concern that with everything that's going on with her father and how exhausted she must be from the last few days, that maybe she's not up to like a long, kinky, intimate session right now? It's not going to go that way, but there's at least the passing kind of thought acknowledgement of it. Oh, Mr. Gray, you've been very gentle with me these last couple of days. I'm not made of glass, you know. How has he been How? How in the fuck? You've been sitting by your crippled father's on life support bedside the last 2 days, and you're saying he's been gentle with you because he hasn't been having violent, angry, rough, abusive sex with you in the last 2 days? We're calling that being gentle? If something heavy could just fall on my head. Nope, the universe not going to oblige me. Just like it's not obliging me with these, and I need these because these make me feel better. Because they give me something to fight against. And somehow that makes it better. Don't ask why, because I don't know. I can't explain it. And it makes it
somehow it makes reading this shit better. I don't know why, it just does. Like, why do I like 2 light bulbs in my bedroom light fixture instead of 3? I don't know, it's just right. I need to watch Practical Magic. Badly. You don't like gentle? With you, of course. But you know, variety is the spice of life. I bat my lashes at him. You're after something less gentle? Something life affirming. He's gonna strangle her, isn't he? He raises his eyebrows in surprise. Life affirming, he repeats, astonished humor in his voice. I nod. He gazes at me for a moment. Don't bite your lip, he whispers, then rises suddenly with me in his arms. I gasp and grab his biceps, fearful he'll drop me. He's picked her up how many times, and this is the first time she's afraid he's gonna drop her? Seriously, what the hell did he slip her this time? She's a little paranoid. He walks over to the smallest of the 3 couches and deposits me on it. Wait here. Don't move. This is gonna make me rip my fucking hair out, isn't it? He gives me a brief, hot, intense look and turns on his heel, stalking towards the bedroom. Oh, Christian barefoot. Why are his feet so hot? Ew! He's back a few moments later, taking me by surprise as he leans over me from behind. I think we'll dispense with this. He grabs my t-shirt and drags it over my head, leaving me naked except for my panties. He pulls my ponytail back and teases me. Stand up, he orders, against my lips and releases me. I comply immediately. He lays a towel on the sofa. Towel? Take your panties off. I swallow, but do as I'm told, discarding them by the sofa. Sit. He grabs my ponytail again and pulls my head back. You'll tell me to stop if this gets too much, yes? What the fuck is he gonna do to her? Because this scene's not in the movie, so I don't know. What the fuck is he about to do? Because he's putting a towel under, and she's not on her menses as far as I know, so what is with the towel? And also, stop pulling her hair, you fucking jackass! I'm finishing this. I nod. Say it. His voice is stern. Yes, I squeak. He smirks. Good. So, Mrs. Gray, by popular demand, I'm going to restrain you. His voice drops to a breathless whisper. Desire streaks through my body like lightning, simply at those words. Oh, my sweet Pifty. On the sofa? Bring your knees up, he commands softly, and sit right back. I rest my feet on the edge of the sofa, my knees up in front of me. He reaches for my left leg and taking the belt from one of the bathroom robes, he ties one end above my knee. Bathrobes? I'm improvising.
He smirks again and fastens the slip knot above my knee and ties the other end of the soft belt around the finial at the back corner of the sofa, effectively parting my legs. Okay, so I'm assuming she's facing him. As if you were sitting on a couch normally, and then just pulled your heels up to be on the edge of it, and he's tying her knees open effectively by tying her legs to the back of the couch. That's a very dangerous position for a lot of reasons. But this is not a good idea. And I don't just mean because it's in this book. I mean, like, safety-wise, this is not a good idea at all. Don't move, he warns, and repeats the process with my right leg, tying the second cord to the other finial. Oh my. I'm sitting up, splayed out on the sofa, legs spread wide. Okay, Christian asks softly, gazing down at me from behind the sofa. I nod, expecting him to tie my hands too, but he refrains. He bends and kisses me. You have no idea how hot you look right now. Said every 14-year-old ever that thinks like, oh my god, I'm looking at vagina. It's the hottest thing in the world. Like, the level of immaturity. You know, it's not a turn on when the immaturity is so blatant. When there's that little boy giggling of like, oh my god, boobs. Oh my god, look, I'm looking at boobs. Look, guys, I'm looking at boobs. Like, dude, you're 30, grow the fuck up. He murmurs and rubs his nose against mine. Change of music, I think. He stands and strolls casually to the iPod dock. How does he do this? Here I am, trussed up and horny as hell, while he's so cool and calm. He's just in my field of vision, and I watch the flex and pull of the muscles of his back under his t-shirt as he changes the song. Immediately, a sweet, almost childlike female voice starts to sing about watching me. What? Okay, I need to know what song. Because I also point out, in this one, multiple times, she has not named the artist or the song. Yet in the next series that she would write, every single fucking song was named by artist and title and even the year it came out. She had no such shame. So somebody told her that you can name whatever the fuck you want in a book. There's no copyright in a book. You can put McDonald's in your book if you want to, because it's in a book and it doesn't count. They can't do it in the movie. That's where you run into problems. And that's why that's why capitalist authors that want their stuff turned into movies write it in a flexible way. Because if you make a big deal that McDonald's is a big thing in your book, well, then the movie has to feature McDonald's or the fans are going to riot, and McDonald's is going to want a lot of money to be in your movie. Like, famously in Coming to America, the Eddie Murphy movie that had like a McDonald's spin-off in it, they had to like beg and beg and beg the real McDonald's to let them do it because it was so close and it was a joke about McDonald's. So they had to get McDonald's on their side, which they did. But that would never happen today. That movie was made in like 85? They would never get permission from current day McDonald's to do that ever. Ever, ever, ever. But at the time they did, though they still had a problem. It's a long story, but it's a good one. Look it up about the almost lawsuit that happened. And oh, I like this song. I feel like I should know what song this is, and my brain is just not. Oh, okay. Okay, I saw Stream Elements pop up. I thought we had handcuffs again. We don't. Sadly, we don't. It's just Stream Elements saying, here's another sponsorship offer that you can't do anything with because you only have like 10 subscribers on Twitch. But if you had 1 billion, here's a sponsorship offer because we send those all the time. I got my hopes up. I was hoping for handcuffs and I didn't get them. Now I'm going to pout. And also, boo at Stream Elements for trolling me. Christian turns and his eyes lock on mine as he moves around to the front of the sofa and sinks gracefully to his... Oh, no, 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 no. He's going to go down on her and I'm going to... Oh, God. Suddenly I feel very exposed. Well, what the fuck did you... I'm sorry, she's too stupid to live. Exposed, vulnerable, he asks with an uncanny ability to voice my unspoken words. His hands are on my knees. I nod. Why doesn't he touch me? Because he's torturing you. Because he's a sadist. Good, he murmurs. Hold out your hands. I can't look away from his mesmerizing eyes as I do what he asks. Christian pours a little oily liquid onto each palm from a clear bottle. It's scented, a rich, musky, sensuous scent that I can't place. Rub your hands. I squirm beneath his hot, heavy gaze. Keep still, he warns. Oh my. Now, Anastasia, I want you to touch yourself. Oh, he's gonna make her masturbate in front of him, which as far as we know, she has never done. I think in the first one, she actually confirmed it. That she had never masturbated or had an orgasm in her life. In addition to being a virgin. I believe that she confirmed it. And also, oily things on the badge. No, this is a bad idea. Also, anything scented. Also, not a good idea. Holy cow. Start at your throat and work down. This is going to be like heated oil. It's going to be like the heated KY oil that I tried once. It's not bad. You know, I'm more for like the, again, pink cherry. They've got this mint like balm for the nips that is really, really good. I don't have any anymore, but it's good. Come on, don't be shy, Anna. Come, do it. The humor and challenge in his expression is plain to see, along with his desire. The sweet voice sings that there's nothing sweet about her. I place my hands against my throat and let them slide down to the tops of my breasts. I'm trying to figure out what song this would be. Childlike female voice singing about being watched and not... Oh, I know what it is! I'm Not So Innocent! It's Britney Spears. What song is that? Hit Me Baby. It's Hit Me Baby. That's the song. I guarantee you that's the song. It's Hit Me Baby. Because it fits in the time. Yeah, it's gonna be Britney Spears Hit Me Baby. I guarantee you that's the song. That's the fucking song. It has to be. That's gotta be it. I place my hands against my throat and let them slide down to the tops of my breasts. The oil makes them glide effortlessly over my skin. My hands are warm. Lower, Christian murmurs, his eyes darkening. He doesn't touch me. Oh, he'll get his. He'll jump right in there. My hands cup my breasts. Tease yourself. Oh my. I tug gently on my nipples. Harder, Christian urges. I sit immobile between my thighs. He sits immobile between my thighs, just watching me. Like I would, he adds, his eyes shining darkly. My muscles clench deep in my belly. I groan in response and pull harder on my nipples, feeling them stiffen and lengthen beneath my touch. Yes, like that. Again. I'm gonna kill something. This is gross. This is gross and disgusting and abusive and weird. Because he's making her into a literal puppet and saying, perform for me, do what I tell you. He's not saying, touch yourself the way you like to be touched. Show me what you like, what you want. He's not doing that. That would almost be sweet and like a learning experience of learning what she likes sexually as opposed to what he does to her. But that's not what it is. This is what he does to her. He's saying, do it like I do it. Do it like I do to your body. Do it harder. Do it the way I do it to your body. So again, having nothing to do with what she actually likes or wants, he's telling her, do it to yourself the way that I do it to you. Which is literally just like more of his bullshit programming and controlling, because he's saying like the only way I want your body to experience pleasure is the way that I demand it be given, and that I do it to you, because you will only ever enjoy my abusive lovemaking and nothing else. Because she had nothing else before him. She had nothing to compare to. So all she knows is him. But this is just doubling down on that. You know, it looks weird that we're like 3 ducks short on the top of the duck stage. Again, this is me being like OCD. That I want it to be an even number of ducks. Closing my eyes, I pull hard, rolling and twisting them between my fingers. I moan, open your eyes, and blink up at him. Again, I want to see you. See you enjoying your touch. Oh fuck. I repeat the process. This is so erotic. Is it? Is it though? Hands. Lower. I squirm. Keep still, Anna. Absorb the pleasure. Lower. His voice is low and husky, tempting and beguiling at once. I squirm. Keep still. Oh, yeah. You do it, I whisper. Oh, I will. Soon. You. Lower. Now. Christian, exuding sensuality, runs his tongue along his teeth. Ew. Holy fuck. I writhe, pulling on the restraints. Okay, girl, there's like loops around the tops of your knees. You're not really restrained in any fucking way. Like, this is dumb, on top of being just absurdly badly written. He shakes his head slowly. Still. He rests his hands on my knees, holding me in place. How? How in the fuck is he holding any of you in place by putting his hands on top of your knees? Like, that's what's dumbass about this. Dude, if you want her restrained so she can't move, then do that. But don't put 2 bathrobe ties around her knees and be like, oh, she's fully restrained. No, she's not. Stop it. If you want her not to move, then like restrain her properly. You certainly know how. And I'm also sure that this is an expensive enough hotel that if you called downstairs and said, like, I need 10 leather belts in the next 20 minutes, they're going to make that happen. And without asking questions.
Because ritzy hotels are like that. They know what's what. Come on, Anna. Lower. My hands glide down over my belly. Lower, he mouths. And he is carnality personified. Oh my god. Carnality personified. There's a phrase. Can I set it on fire? I better not, because I already accidentally burned a hole in the book and I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. You know, fuck it. I'm burning that phrase. I'm burning that phrase right now. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it. Try to, like, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I want to get this on camera. I'm burning that phrase. I have water right here. I'm not gonna set anything really on fire. I promise. Okay. Carnality personified. Come on. I'm cracking it so it doesn't really set fire. Come on. I can't actually see the frickin', like, I just want to scorch these words out. Okay, how's that? It smells really good. Really, really good. But how's that? Somebody clip this for a thumbnail, please. Somebody take a screenshot right now. What is it? We're just going on 11 o'clock. Somebody screenshot right now, please. I want this for the thumbnail. Okay, that smells so unbelievably good. Oh my god, that smells so good. Why does, like, burned wood and, like, burned paper smell so good? You can still see it. You can still fucking see it, because it's, whatever this paper is, it doesn't burn. Burn. Oh. Okay, a little too much. Oh my god, that smells so good. It smells so good. It's so good. Oh my god. That is better than new car smell. Tell me that is not better than new car smell. That burned wood, not like charred, but just burned in that really good way. Tell me that's not better than new car smell. I would rather have that than new car smell. I didn't burn anything I highlighted, so we're fine. But that phrase had to go. I'm sorry. I have my limits. It had to go. His hands glide down from my knees, skimming my thighs, moving towards my sex. I feel so much better now. That was cathartic. Come on, Anna. Touch yourself. My left hand skims over my sex, and I rub in a slow circle, my mouth an O as I pant. Again, he whispers, and groan louder and repeat the move, and tip my head back, gasping. Ah! Like, dear God. Welcome to being a porn star, bitch. I moan loudly, and Christian inhales sharply. Grabbing my hands, he bends down, running his nose and then his tongue back and forth at the apex of my thighs. Ah.
I want to touch him, but when I try to move his hands, his fingers tighten around my wrists. See, now the book's mocking my lack of handcuffs. Talking about things being tight on wrists when I am completely unrestrained, and it's not fair. It makes this harder. I want to touch him, but when I try to move his hands, his fingers tighten around my wrists. I'll restrain these too. Keep still. Why didn't you restrain her hands in the first place? Like, come on. Why didn't you do that already? Like, if that's such a big deal and he's back to his, like, don't move shit, why didn't you do that? I groan and he releases me, then eases his two middle fingers inside me, the heel of his hand resting against my clitoris. I'm going to make you come quickly, Anna. Ready? Okay, can I point out, still using the wrong cum. See, James still doesn't know how to come. I'm right there. Come on. Yeah. See the spelling? See? Not the correct spelling, bitch. Yes, I pant. He starts to move his fingers, his hand up and down. Up and down rapidly, assaulting both that sweet spot inside me and my clitoris at the same time. Ah, the feeling is intense, really intense. So he's doing this because I've read, I don't know, but I've read that it's what's described. I've heard this a few times. I don't know if somebody just coined the phrase or if this is true. That with you do the two fingers and you do it up, and it's what's described as a come hither motion. I don't know where the hell that comes from. It's probably from like some obscure like 1850s book about sex or something that would have been like the British Kama Sutra, because I'm sure there is one. I heard once there was a Kama Sutra coloring book, and I really want it. If it's real. If it's not real, I'll make one. But if it's real, I want it. As far as I know, for like G-spot stuff, yeah, it's like two fingers and you hook like behind like where the pelvic bones are. Like you use that as like a guide and then go behind it and like do a stroking thing is what I've been told. But always the toys that say like they're G-spot stimulators, they all just look like basic vibrators and nothing, and I hate vibrators, so sometimes it's there should be lists of what it'll do and not do with sex toys, because they all promise the same thing, and it's like you don't all actually do everything. So make a list. Let me choose off the menu. I actually saw this couple on Dr. Phil once that actually had a sex menu. It was kind of cute because it was like a game between the two of them of like they would each order off the sex menu, and if they agreed, then that's what they would do that night. It's a cute game. The feeling is intense, really intense. Pleasure builds and spikes throughout the lower half of my body. So her boobs are not in on this, or her head. I want to stretch my legs, but I can't. My hands claw at the towel beneath me. Surrender, Christian whispered. Surrender. Surrender. Go fuck yourself, you fucking sadistic ass clown. Go fucking fuck yourself so hard. Like, I want to crush his head with my knees. Except that would involve him looking at my vagina, which I don't want. So I'd be more likely to snap his neck with my feet like Mystique. She is one of the most badass X-Men ever. And yes, she's an official X-Men, and I will argue with that all day. She is too. I explode around his fingers, crying out incoherently. He presses the heel of his hand against my clitoris as the aftershocks run through my body, prolonging the delicious agony. Vaguely, I'm aware that he's untying my legs. How are you vaguely aware? It's right fucking there. There's nothing on your body. Shut up. God, she's stupid. My turn, he murmurs, and flips me over so I'm face down on the sofa with my knees on the floor. He spreads my legs and slaps me hard across my behind. What? See, I knew it. I knew this was going to turn evil, and here it is. Like, she's sitting on the sofa. He flips her over and also drops her at the same time because her butt was on the sofa. So he's flipping her over, dropping her on the floor. And now she's kneeling on the floor. And he smacks her on the ass. Ah, I yelp. And he slams into me. So no warning, just flip, drop, smack, boom, all the way in. Not that he ever, gives a flying... Oh, Anna, he hisses through clenched teeth as he starts to move. His fingers grip me hard around my hips as he grinds into me over and over. And I'm building again. No. Ah. Okay, by the way, A, confirmation that AH is pain, and B, she is in her head saying no and then pain from what he's doing. But she's not saying this out loud. I'm highlighting that because fuck it. Come on, Anna, Christian shouts, and I shatter once more, pulsing around him and crying out as I come, still spelling it wrong. Life affirming enough for you? Christian kisses my hair. Oh, yes, I murmur, gazing up at the ceiling. I'm laying on my husband, my back to his front, both of us on the floor beside the sofa. He's still dressed. If that doesn't tell you that he was using her as a finger puppet, and yes, I know what I said, shut up. But he was literally, again, using her as a fuck doll / finger puppet in this case. He's still fully dressed. That says everything. I think we should go again. No clothes for you this time. Christ, Anna, give a man a chance? What? Are you saying you need another 10 minutes before you can get it up again? I'm not exactly sure how that works, but I think that's what he's saying. Isn't he supposed to be young and perpetually hard? Because he's emotionally stuck at 12 and when it comes to boners, pretty much in the same place. Ow, my neck. I really need to take this tie off. I giggle and he chuckles. I'm glad Ray's conscious. Seems all your appetites are back, he says, not disguising the smile in his voice. I turn over and scowl at him. Are you forgetting about last night? And this morning? I pout. Nothing forgettable about either of those. He grins, and when he does, he looks so young and carefree and happy. He cups my behind. You have a fantastic ass, Mrs. Gray. So do you. I arch a brow at him, though yours is still undercover. And what are you going to do about that, Mrs. Gray? Gag me with a fucking stick at this dialogue. Jesus Christ. Why, I'm going to undress you, Mr. Gray. All of you. If somebody pulls out a diaper, I'm setting the entire book on fire right now. He grins, and I think there's a lot that's sweet about you, I murmur, referring to the song still playing on repeat. His smile fades. Is there anything about sweet and hit me, baby? Because I was sure that was the song. Oh no. You are, I whisper. I lean down and kiss the corner of his mouth. He closes his eyes and tightens his arm around me. Christian, you are. You made this weekend so special, in spite of what happened to Ray. Thank you. Stop it! He opens his large, serious gray eyes, and his expression tugs at my heart. Because I love you, he murmurs. I know. I love you too. I caress his face. You're so precious to me too. You do know that, don't you? He stills, looking lost. Oh, Christian, my sweet 50. Believe me, I whisper. It's not easy. His voice is almost inaudible. Try. Try hard because it's true. Yes, you can will your way out of crippling emotional abuse and the long-term fucking damage it does. It's being implied heavily, not for the first time, and it's been outright stated. He doesn't feel worthy of love. He feels all the negative things and none of the positive things. He feels unworthy no matter what he does, because he secretly knows how dark and evil he can be, which is its own crippling amount of guilt and negativity, but also he feels, because of his own abuse, unworthy. And I'm blaming a lot of that on Mrs. Robinson, 100%. 100% her doing. Earlier stuff, yeah, but mostly her doing, I will say. And the fact that he doesn't feel worthy of love, or no, I'm not sweet. But the problem is, in his case, he's telling her the truth. He's not sweet. He's not caring. The only reason he begrudgingly said, okay, yes, if you really need to fucking hear it, I will say that I care about Layla, and that's why I'm taking care of her. It's not. He doesn't give a flying fuck about her. She was a fuck toy that he didn't even acknowledge as a person then or now. Means less to him than a pair of shoes. And that's true, but Anastasia needed to delude herself into thinking I didn't marry a sadistic monster, so please, Christian, don't make me look at you as a sadistic monster. And he doesn't want her to look at him that way because he's seen it before and he doesn't want to see it again. So he begrudgingly spits out the words, yes, I care about her. Even though it was abundantly clear he doesn't mean it, because he doesn't. But his idiot wife can't accept that no, he doesn't give a fuck about any of his subs. He never did. They were never people to him. They were a means to an end. They were a sex toy. That's it. They don't mean anything to him. He wouldn't care if he watched them die in front of him. And that's how it is. But she can't accept that that's how it is, so he's lying to her now, because in order to keep her around, he has to lie to her and pretend to be something that he's not, that he's actually growing and changing and turning into a real boy. Well, he's not. He's never going to. Some people are so broken and damaged that is how they are. And I hate this delusional notion of saying if the right person comes along, it will magically cure all the fallout from their abuse or their PTSD or their mental illness or their anxiety or their deep-seated dark desires or whatever the fuck it is. That's not how people work. Meeting the right person doesn't mean it fixes you. That's not how it works. If you're ever in a relationship where you're trying to fix the other person, run. Run fast, run far, and stay gone, because you cannot fix them. And I hate that in society, that love is supposed to cure all. Fuck off. Love makes it possible to survive all, possibly. But it doesn't fix anything. As a society, we really need to fucking get it through all of our heads. Meet people where they are. And accept them how they are. Don't expect them to change for you. If you want to be with someone and they've got dark parts of themselves, well, you're going to have to shut up and live with it.
And if you can't, get gone and stay gone. But don't get in a relationship and expect somebody to change for you ever. People are who they are. Shoulders. Where was I? Song playing on repeat, blah, 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 blah. Tightens his arms around me. Made this weekend special because I love you, blah, blah, blah. I want to climb Wait, what? His gray eyes are oceans of loss and hurt and pain. I want to climb into his body and hold him. What? It says into, not onto. Okay, right there. Okay, it says into, not onto, and she's already on top of him, so what the fuck? She wants to possess him? Anything to stop that look. When will he realize that he means the world to me? Never, you dumbass twit. When are you going to get it? Like, if somebody said as a child there was a railroad spike driven through her head and she miraculously survived, I'd find her more believable. That he's more than worthy of my love, the love of his parents, his siblings. I've told him over and over, and yet here we are as Christian gives me his lost, abandoned look. Time. It will just take time. He's in his 30s, you dumb bitch! He got adopted at the age of 4. I forget what exact age he is, but it's been like 30 fucking years. And he's had intensive therapy, probably with a lot of the best, his entire fucking life since then. But no, you are the magic cure to devastating emotional abuse as a child that literally altered his brain's way of thinking and the way he receives love. So that no, he will never be capable of feeling what you want him to feel. That was burned out a long time ago. It's not coming back. Yeah, there's an episode of SVU. It's the one with a very young Dakota Fanning in it, or Elle Fanning. It might have been Elle Fanning. I think it's either Dakota or Elle Fanning. One of the Fanning sisters when they were about 5. I think it was actually Dakota Fanning. I really do. I can't remember the name. It was during that brief stint where Mariska Hargitay was off on maternity leave. So Stabler had the partner Danny Beck, which I think is Saffron Burrows, played her.
But the French partner, Danny Beck was her name. It was during that brief stint. It's the one with the little kids. Why can I not remember what it's called? Damn it! Rain's letting me down. But that episode where they talk about later on, there's a during the court scenes, there's a psychiatrist testifying about children and their response to trauma and love and how they perceive love and what happens if that love is taken away when they're young and how kids burn out. And that's what this is. That's what happened to him. There's no fixing it. You'll get cold. Come. He rises gracefully to his feet and pulls me up to stand beside him. I slip my arm around his waist and we wander back into the bedroom. I won't push him, but since Ray's accident, it's become more important to me that he knows how much I love him. As we enter the bedroom, I frown, desperate to recover the very welcome, light-hearted mood of only a few moments ago. Shall we watch TV, I ask? Christian snorts. I was hoping for round 2. And my mercurial 50 is back. I arch my brow and stop by the bed. Well, in that case, I think I'll be in charge. He gapes at me and I push him onto the bed and quickly straddle him, pinning his hands down beside his head, because that wouldn't make him physically throw her across the room like Edward in the birthday scene. Fuck. This author just gets dumber. He grins up at me. Well, Mrs. Gray, now that you've got me, what are you going to do with me? Is that a quote from one of the earlier books? I feel like it is. And again, I want to puke. He leans down and whispers. I lean down and whisper in his ear, I'm going to fuck you with my mouth. Don't. I'm not reading. I'm skipping it if there's a blowjob scene. I'll burn it right now. He closes his eyes, inhaling sharply, and I run my teeth gently along his jaw. Has anybody ever done that? That's not a good idea. I want to rip this out and burn it right now, and I'm very tempted to. Because this whole fucking page is so disgustingly gross. Christian's working on the computer. It's a bright early morning, and he's tapping out an email, I think. Good morning, I murmur shyly from the doorway. He turns and smiles at me. Mrs. Gray, you're up early. He holds open his arms. I bolt across the suite and curl onto his lap because he's forgotten how to sit in a chair normally. As are you. I was just working. He shifts as he kisses my hair. What? I ask, sensing something is wrong. He sighs. I got an email from Detective Clark. He wants to talk to you about that fucker, Hyde. What? You thought the police would never need to talk to her again? Seriously? Really? I sit back to gaze at Christian. Yes, I told him you're in Portland for the time being, so we'll have to wait. But he says he'd like to interview you here. This is identical to the other book, Maxim keeping her away from the cops. It's the same exact fucking thing. I shouldn't be surprised, but yeah. He's coming here? Apparently so. Christian looks bemused. I frown. What's so important that it can't wait? Exactly. When is he coming? Today. I'll email him back.
Okay, it's not a question of is it important, it's a question of she's the one who was actually there and came home and found him in her house being subdued by her security and helped tie him up. So yeah, the police need a statement from her because she was there and she was active in the thing and she was the intended victim of the kidnapping possible murder. So yeah, they need to talk to her. Duh. It doesn't mean anything has changed. It means they need to talk to her. And then she's been gone. Today, I'll email him back. I have nothing to hide. I wonder what he wants to know. We'll find out when he gets here. I'm intrigued too. Christian shifts again. Breakfast will be here shortly. Let's eat. Then we can go and see your dad. I nod. You can stay here if you want. I can see you're busy. He scowls. No, I want to come with you. Because God forbid you be out of his sight for like 20 minutes. Okay, I grin and wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him. And not like he hasn't a business empire to run and would ever need to actually go into his own office. Because as we've established, he doesn't. Ray is bad-tempered. It's a joy. He's itchy, scratchy, impatient, and uncomfortable. I almost went into like the Simpsons theme. Dad, you've been in a major car accident. It'll take time to heal. Christian and I want to move you to Seattle. I don't know why you're bothering with me. I'll be fine here on my own. Don't be ridiculous. I squeeze his hand fondly, and he has the grace to smile at me. Do you need anything? I could murder a donut, Annie. I grin indulgently at him. I'll get you a donut or two. We'll go to Voodoo. Great. You want some decent coffee, too? Hell yeah. Okay, I'll go get some. Most hospitals have decent coffee and donuts, I will say. Because, the entire staff runs on coffee and donuts. So usually the coffee and donuts is pretty good. Our hospitals here will often have, there's a cafe called Second Cup. So there'll usually be one in the lobby, and they are good at the coffee game. Christian's once more in the waiting room, talking on the phone. He really should set up an office in here. Weirdly, he's by himself, although the other ICU beds are occupied. What? I wonder if Christian's frightened off other visitors. He hangs up. Probably. Also, why is he here? Like, I get her being here because it's her dad, but really, he should be at actual work. Clark, we'll be here at 4 this afternoon. I frown. What could be so urgent? Okay, Ray wants coffee and donuts. Christian laughs. I think I would too if I'd been in an accident. I'll ask Taylor to go. No, I'll go. Take Taylor with you. His voice is stern. Okay. I roll my eyes and he glares. Then he smirks and cocks his head to one side. There's no one here. His voice is suddenly deliciously low, and I know he's threatening to spank me. What?
Where in the hell did that come from? I know he's what? Threatening to spank? What? How? Why? I'm confused. I'm very, very, very confused. Where in the fuck did that come from? What? I feel like there was a scene here that she cut out and then didn't, like, fix the outside parts to make it make sense. Because where in the fuck did that just come from? Like, I'm sorry, are we saying he's just like wanting to spank her and fuck her in a hospital waiting room just literally because there is nobody else there and technically they could and maybe not get caught, even though you would definitely get caught? Is that what he's saying? I'm going back to hoping for donuts. Also, ow, my neck. I'm taking this off. Fuck it. I can't. It's hurting my neck too much. It's giving me a headache and it's making me bitchy. It's making me really bitchy because when I have a headache, I'm really bitchy and it's hurting way too much. Major ow. Not this again. Okay, I'm gonna like write to Twitch and tell them they gotta do something about the people who just fucking drop in and drop meaningless links. Whoever the fuck you are, get out of my chat before I report you. I'm not having this shit. You're not dropping links to bullshit in my chat. So get the fuck out before I kick your ass out. Right, I'm highlighting the stupid spanking line because it's too stupid to go overlooked. I'm about to dare him when a young couple enters the room. She's weeping softly. I shrug apologetically at Christian and he nods. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you I'm sorry, but what the hell was she smoking when she fucking wrote this? Like, it goes from, oh my god, he's gonna be okay, I want coffee, to, oh, we're alone in a room, therefore we should have kinky sex and he should spank me. Oh, other people came in. Oh, I'm sorry, babe, we can't. The actual fuck? He picks up his laptop and takes my hand and leads me out of the room. They need the privacy more than we do, Christian murmurs. We'll have our fun later. Yeah, you kind of have a house and a hotel room and several other places for that, and you're in a hospital! Like, I'm sorry, this is just insensitive and really fucking sickening. And this is not Grey's Anatomy, which, like, I've seen actual doctors react to the amount of sex on Grey's Anatomy, and they're like, no, there's not that much sex happening in a real hospital. Not at all. There's places in a hospital you definitely don't want to try to do it because you will definitely get caught, which is pretty much everywhere. You know why? Because they're busy places. At 4 o'clock precisely, there's a knock on the suite door. Taylor ushers in Detective Clark, who looks more bad-tempered than usual. Have they even met? He always seems to look bad-tempered. Perhaps it's the way his face is set. Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray, thank you for seeing me. Detective Clark. Christian shakes his hand and directs him to a seat. I sit down on the sofa where I enjoyed myself so much last night. The thought makes me blush. It's Mrs. Gray I wish to see, Clark says pointedly to Christian and to Taylor, who is stationed beside the door. Christian glances and then nods almost imperceptibly to Taylor, who turns and leaves, shutting the door behind him. Anything you wish to say to my wife, you can say in front of me. Christian's voice is cool and businesslike. Detective Clark turns to me. Okay, can I just say the police have the right to tell him to leave the room? Because he wasn't there when Hyde broke in. He wasn't there. He was in New York. So he doesn't know what happened. He has nothing to contribute to this because he literally wasn't there. And him being there is very likely to influence what she is saying or not saying. And that's why the police want to interview her alone. So he absolutely would be telling Christian to leave the room. Are you sure you'd like your husband to be present? I frown at him. Of course, I have nothing to hide. You're just interviewing me. That's not the point. You're a witness. You're a witness as well as the victim of a crime. There's no way in hell they would let him say. Yes, ma'am. I'd like my husband to stay. Christian sits beside me, radiating tension. Tension is like a polite word. He's definitely like radiating rage. All right, murmurs Clark, resigned. Which, by the way, no cop would. He would say, no, I need to interview you alone. You're an adult. He's not your daddy. Get out. He clears his throat. Mrs. Gray, Mr. Hyde maintains that you sexually harassed him and made several lewd advances towards him. There it is. There it is. Uno reverso card. Oh, I almost burst out laughing, but put my hand on Christian's thigh to restrain him as he shifts forward in his seat. Because what? He's going to attack a cop for saying it? For saying what somebody else is saying that the cop obviously knows is crap, but he has to ask, literally. Hyde could be saying, I saw her get abducted and replaced by aliens from Mars. And the cop would still, unfortunately, have to look at her and say, ma'am, can you confirm that you were not abducted and replaced by aliens from Mars? Doesn't have to make sense, but they have to ask, literally. They literally have to ask, and it's sad, but it's true. That's preposterous, Christian sputters. I squeeze Christian's leg to silence him. Nothing in the world is going to silence him. It's not true, I state calmly. In fact, it's the other way around. He propositioned me in a very aggressive manner, and he was fired. He did more than proposition you, bitch. He sexually assaulted you, but apparently that is not a term in this book, because for the second time, because Jose did the same fucking thing. But eventually, she's going to be like, oh, they just came on a little too strong. No, they crossed several lines. They committed several crimes and felonies, and you're not getting it. Like, and this is where guys get the impression that if a girl says no, oh, you just need to try harder. You know, you just need to keep at it. Just keep trying and keep trying, no matter how many times she rejects you, because you'll wear her down eventually. You know, or that no doesn't mean no, or she doesn't know what she wants. And once she knows that, you know, you're so good and you really mean it and you really, really want her, then she'll give in to you. Blah, blah, fucking blah. No. Like, it's perpetuating stalker culture, and it's like, stop. Hyde alleges that you fabricated a tale about sexual harassment in order to get him fired. Do they not have his files? Didn't he have like all kinds of creepy files on his computer too? And they have him on video setting bombs and blowing shit up. Should that not like negate any bullshit defense he's trying? They have him on video planting bombs is what I'm saying. So like that's like a felony worthy of like 5 to 10 in jail. So why do they care? Like, they have him on, like, attempted murder of 2 people. What? Sorry, it just makes me laugh when they're talking about, like, a fucking, like, what's the word? Not a felony. What the fuck? Misdemeanor. Misdemeanor, that's the word. They're debating over a misdemeanor when, like, he's guilty of attempted murder. And almost, he blew up part of a building and almost set it on fire. Like, nobody would care about any of this. This is so minutia compared to like he's facing like domestic terrorism charges. This is post 9/11. Definitely sabotage. I hadn't even thought about that. But yeah, sabotaging an aircraft because a helicopter's an aircraft, is it not? Blowing up an aircraft, that would definitely be considered domestic terrorism. Why didn't I think of that before? It would. It definitely would. In like this is set in like 2014. 100%. 100% he would be charged under the Terrorism Act because it was still a thing there and it hadn't been I don't think it's fully been repealed, but parts of it were. They overhauled it or something. But it was fully active in the worst form of it back then. When like so many stupid ass things got counted as domestic terrorism that shouldn't have been. But this should have. Because he literally sabotaged and bombed an aircraft with an American face. That's entirely domestic terrorism. This guy would be like fucking, at the time, he'd be like 50-50 having a chance of being shipped to Gitmo. Which is it's still open because there's like 6 people there that they can't release. Like, how fucking twisted is it that they can't close Gitmo for real? They can't close it. Because A, the last few people they have in prison there, no country will take them. And America doesn't want them to release them within America, so they can't release them ever. So that's the only reason the place still exists. But also, they have admitted that, like, all the, not all, but I think a couple at least of those people are innocent, but they've been tortured for 30 years by the U.S. government. So they're now so dangerous from the torture that they can't be released because even though they were perfectly innocent, normal people before, now they hate America so much they would definitely, like, blow something up. Like, if that doesn't say we screwed up in the worst of all the ways. Detective Clark's mouth flattens briefly into a thin line before he continues. Hyde alleges that you fabricated a tale about sexual harassment in order to get him fired. He says you did this because he refused your advances and because you wanted his job. Okay, again, I'm going to point out she was the idiot assistant to the editor, so there's no way in hell she would have ever been in line for editor-in-chief when she's the moron just out of college ditzy twit that brought him coffee. You don't go, like, again, look at Elementary, the episode that, forget her name, but played Officer Yokas in Third Watch, one of my favorite shows, underrated, and watch it now and then see what the showrunner has done to it since he spawned it. He basically recreated it 10 years later, but split it into 3 shows and is now the king of NBC along with Dick Wolf. But there's that. And, but yeah, Third Watch is basically the early incarnation of all the Chicago shows. Chicago Police, Chicago Fire, Chicago Med. watch the first season of all of them, you'll find them all to be repeats of Third Watch, which is by the same showrunner. And that show is very successful in its day, but it got forgotten about somehow. Still one of the best shows ever, ever, ever. Love to review it someday, but it's got so much music. It's got so much copyrighted music. All right, we got 6 pages left. I need to focus. Somebody smack me. See, this is why I need these, because these make me focus as well. So I need to focus. We got 5 pages left, and I'm tired. And my head hurts, though less now that I've taken the time. I got to figure out a way to offset the weight on that. I didn't think it was that heavy, but I didn't really, like, I tried it on to make sure it fit, but I didn't really wear it for a long time. It's a lot heavier than I thought. Like, what I'm gonna do is wind up attaching something to the back to balance it so that just the pressure's not on my neck. So I'm gonna have to do something like that. I've got plenty of necklaces and things I can use for weight, but then it becomes an issue if I'm gonna break it and having things on my back, and I don't like things touching my back. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Maybe I can sew something padded inside of it so it takes the weight off. Maybe. I don't know. I got a week. I got a week to figure it out. I'll figure it out. You can tie it to my hair, maybe. Then it'll pull my hair. I don't like things pulling my hair. I'm reading. I frowned. Holy crap. Jack is even more delusional than I thought. It doesn't mean he believes it. It just means he's saying it to the cops to try and get out of trouble, idiot. That's not true. I shake my head. Detective, please don't tell me you've driven all this way to harass my wife with these ridiculous accusations. I'm going to highlight that just because it's going to be really funny out of context. Oh, I hear a puppy. I could really use a puppy. He usually knows when I need him, so I'm kind of surprised he's not here. Bo! Nope, he's on the couch. He's curled up and happy. Detective Clark turns his steely blue gaze on Christian. Why are we giving the cops sex eyes? Ew! I need to hear this from Mrs. Gray, sir, and this is why you should have kicked him out of the room, regardless of what she said. And yes, I know what I said. It's still true. He says with quiet restraint. I squeeze Christian's leg once more, silently imploring him to keep his cool. You know he's not capable of this. You don't have to listen to this shit, Anna. Actually, she does. She needs to listen to this and she needs to respond to it officially. Yes, she does. I think I should let Detective Clark know what happened. See, now, again, the detective's going to be recording this, and it looks like she's asking her husband for permission to say something, which is any defense attorney is going to say, oh, so they had a story because it took the police, what, a week and a half to interview her, so they could have come up with any kind of goddamn story, and now she's asking his permission to say it. And it's like, yeah, way to let a guilty person walk by being stupid in the aftermath and the police being incompetent. Somebody nudged my leg. Where? Puppy? I thought there was a puppy. There's not a puppy. I need there to be a puppy. I'm really amazed the cat has not asked to be let out of my room yet, but he's probably in a coma. Last time I saw him, he had pulled one of my blankets into a pile on the bed and stuck his face in it, which is his do not disturb sign. But it is really cold today. It was warm the last 3 days, and then it dropped down today, so he's probably just wanting to be warm. Not that he isn't a big, fat, furry kitty with polar bear fur, but somehow he still likes a warm, cuddly spot on bed. What Hyde says is simply not true. My voice sounds calm, although I feel anything but. I'm bewildered by these accusations and nervous that Christian might explode. What's Jack's game? Mr. Hyde accosted me in the office kitchen one evening. He told me that it was to. Yeah. He told me that it was thanks to him that I'd been hired and that he expected sexual favors in return. That's not exactly what he said. She's blurring some lines there. He tried to blackmail me using emails I sent to Christian, who wasn't my husband then. I didn't know Hyde had been monitoring my emails. He's delusional. He even accused me of being a spy sent by Christian, presumably to help him take over the company. I don't remember him accusing the spy part. She should have known that he'd had access to email because duh. And also Christian had told her, like, don't send stuff at work. Well, he continued to do the exact same, by the way. So entirely his fault as well. But this is a little revisionist history right here. He didn't know that Christian already bought SIP. I shake my head as I recall my distressing, tense encounter with Hyde. In the end, I took him down. No, you need him in the balls, shoved him and ran, and then cried in Christian's arm like a pathetic simp and said, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." Well, Christian nodded and sent Taylor to beat the crap out of him, which he did. But you didn't do that much. Not that I don't watch that part on repeat, because I do, because it's about the only good part of the first book, except for 2 of the songs. One thing I will say, because somehow they bribed Danny Elfman into being the song guy on the first one, and there's one song that is on my, if you make a playlist to fuck to, there's a couple songs in there that are from these movies. Though there's some from the Thomas Crown Affair, and I note that both the Thomas Crown Affair scene and the 50 Shades scene that rips off the Thomas Crown Affair scene, the songs are both from those. So, yeah, take that for what it is. Clark's eyebrows raised in surprise. Took him down. My father's ex-army. Hyde, touched me. And I know how to defend myself. So you couldn't have defended yourself before he touched you. Because you had reason to, because he had her pinned against the door by proximity. So yeah, she could have taken him down before he actually assaulted her, but didn't. And nothing in her, takedown said, "I'm tough, strong, in control," or whatever. Christian glances at me with a brief look of pride. I see. Clark leans back on the sofa, sighing heavily. "Have you spoken to any of Hyde's former personal assistants?" Christian asks almost genially, because apparently he has, a history or something. "Yes, we have, but in truth we can't get any of his assistants to talk to us. They all say he was an exemplary boss, even though none of them lasted for more than 3 months." Hey, so he's on the same timeline as Christian with his subs, 3 months. And also, obviously they have probably non-disclosure agreements from the company, not from him, but from the company, and they probably all got settlements to keep their mouths shut. "We've had that problem too," Christian murmurs. "Oh," I gape at Christian, as does Detective Clark. "My security chief. He's interviewed Hyde's past 5 PAs. What? Okay, here we go. Stalker next level. And why is that? Christian gives him a steely glare. Because my wife worked for him, and I run security checks on anyone my wife works with. You run security checks on anyone in the known universe that crosses your path, okay? We've established this. You're a paranoid dickhead with too much money and time. Detective Clark flushes, and I shrug apologetically at him with, "Welcome to my world" smile. I could do an entire essay on that line alone. Because Jesus fucking Christ, how brainwashed are you? That you just accept this as fucking okay right now. You're not married to Eric Prince. I see, Clark murmurs. I think there's more to this than meets the eye, Mr. Gray. We're conducting a more thorough search of his apartment tomorrow. Why? Hasn't he been in jail for like a week? Am I off on my... Hasn't he been in jail for like a week already? Hello, ex-Bunny Vibes. Nice to see you. Oh, you mean the ducks? Aren't they great? They have names. What are their names? Seriously? Okay, let's see if I can remember. Let's see if I can remember. Okay, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, and Pongo. Those are all the ducks. I don't know what all your emojis are. Glad you're enjoying the duck show. If you would like to sponsor a duck, there's a link at the top to Stream Elements. There should be, because we have more ducks that are waiting to go on the stage. And so for $10, you can have me, I will randomly draw a duck out of this bag, and you get to name it, and it will go on the stage with all the other ducks. Because we're building an army of ducks here. So maybe something will present itself then, though by all accounts he hasn't lived there for some time. You've searched it already? Yes, we're doing it again. A fingertip search this time. Somebody please tell me what that means if I want to know and it's not gross and creepy. Oh, please tell me you're joking, person in the chat. You still not charged him with the attempted murder of Ross Bailey and myself? Christian says softly. Yeah, that's actually a very valid question! What? We're hoping to find more evidence in regard to the sabotage of your aircraft, Mr. Gray. We need more than a partial print, and while he's in custody, we can build a case. Okay, again, I'm pointing out, they have him on video planting a bomb at a major business building and setting fire to the server room. That guarantees his ass is in jail with no bail for, like, the foreseeable future. And yes, they then would have time to build the attempted murder case. But they seem to have forgotten he's on video planting a bomb! And he got caught breaking into their apartment with a gun and a knife and, like, a kidnap kit / murder kit. So, again, serious federal no bail charges are already given. But no, in the world of this idiot book, that's not going to happen. Like, seriously, he should be under the jail with, like, no possibility of parole for at least 25 years already. The book is better than the movie? Oh, you could have an entire panel debate about that. You really could, because, yeah, the movies, like, removed a lot of the worst, but they also got dumb to do it. Yeah, no, that's a tricky line, because there's things on both sides that are both better and worse. If you really compared and contrasted what's in the books versus each of the movies in turn. Aww, Sadale, hi! Well, when is it not? We've not had one duck all night, and I am handcuffless. We've only got 5 pages left, so don't with these. This is too late for these, but I would have loved to have them because it would have helped. Would have helped in this idiot chapter. We've got like 5 pages left. There's still time for ducks, but that's about it. And also, I can name all the ducks. Sethiel, what do you think of the new duck stage? I worked really hard on it. Please say something nice. And yes, there's a dragon duck in the bag. I've seen it enough to confirm there's a dragon duck, but ducks are drawn at random. I cannot make promises. I'm just going to let this play on the screen completely out of context because I can. Is that all you came down here for? Clark bristles. Yes, Mr. Gray, it is, unless you've had any further thoughts about the note. Note? What note? No, I told you. It means nothing to me. Christian cannot hide his irritation. And I don't see why we couldn't have done this over the phone. Go fuck yourself, idiot. This is not about you. I think I told you I prefer a hands-on approach, but I'm visiting my great aunt who lives in Portland. 2 birds, 1 stone. Clark remains stony-faced and unfazed by my husband's bad temper. No cop is ever going to tell you that. They're never going to be like, oh, I'm also here visiting my personal family. They're never in a million years going to do that because that's unsafe on many levels.
we're all done, I have work to attend to. Christian stands and Detective Clark follows his cue. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Gray, says politely. It's been like 5 minutes. I nod. Mr. Gray. Christian opens the door and Clark leaves. I sag into the sofa. Can you believe that asshole? Christian explodes. Of course he does. Clark. No, that fucker. Hide. No, I can't. What's his fucking game? Christian whispers through gritted teeth. I don't know. Do you think Clark believed me? Of course he did. He knows Hyde is a fucked up asshole. You're very sweary. Sweary? Christian smirks. Is that even a word? I'm pretty sure it's not. It is now. Unexpectedly, he grins and sits down beside me, pulling me into his arms. Don't think about that fucker. Let's go see your dad and try to talk about the move tomorrow. He was adamant he wanted to stay in Portland and not be a bother. I'll talk to him. I want to travel with him. Christian gazes at me, and for a moment I think he's going to say no. Okay, I'll come too. Sawyer and Taylor can take the cars. I'll let Sawyer drive your R8 tonight. Oh yeah, because God forbid he leaves her alone for 5 minutes. The following day, Ray is examining his new surroundings. An airy, light room at the Rehabilitation Center of Northwest Hospital in Seattle. It's noon and he looks sleepy. The journey, via helicopter no less, exhausted him. Because, yeah, why would you drive when... Duh. Tell Christian I appreciate this, he says quietly. And honestly, I'm surprised that he's still in, like, a normal hospital and not some private, like, rich people bed clinic, because, yeah, that would make way more sense. Aren't you going to work? Probably. I just wanted to make sure you're settled in. You get along. You don't need to worry about me. I like worrying about you. My BlackBerry buzzes. I check the number. It's not one I recognize. You're going to answer that? Ray asks. No, I don't know who it is. The voicemail can take it for me. I brought you something to read. I indicate the pile of sports magazines on the bedside table. Second to last page. Last chance to buy a duck. Thanks, Annie. You're tired, aren't you? He nods. I'll let you get some sleep. I kiss his forehead. Later's, Daddy. I murmur, if this is the last time we hear the word Daddy, I will be so grateful. I'll see you later, honey, and thank you. Ray catches my hand and squeezes it gently. I like that you call me Daddy. It takes me back. Oh, Daddy. I return his squeeze. Now I need to throw up. A lot. As I head out the main doors towards the SUV where Sawyer is waiting, I hear my name being called. Mrs. Gray, Mrs. Gray. Turning, I see Dr. Green hurrying towards me, looking her usual immaculate self, if a little flustered. Wait, Dr. The actual, like, doc? Why is she here? Mrs. Gray, how are you? Did you get my message? I called earlier. No, my scalp prickles. Well, I was wondering why you'd canceled 4 appointments. 4 appointments? I gape at her. I've missed 4 appointments? How? Well, you were like out of the country for a couple of months. Perhaps we should talk about this in my office. I was going out for lunch. Do you have time right now? I nod meekly. Sure, Words fail me. I've missed 4 appointments? I'm late for my shot? Shit. Oh, this is about birth control. Oh, this is where she gets pregnant. Yeah, because the movies didn't make that up. So yeah, this is where because apparently she's missed her birth control shots because God forbid you should, like, have birth control in your purse or use condoms because Jesus. Yeah, not like author knows anything about how fucking birth control works, which she doesn't. In a daze, I follow her back to the hospital and up to her office. How did I miss 4 appointments? I'm sorry, are they saying she works in the hospital that she was just in and chased her out into the street? to say to a patient, why have you canceled 4 times? Because I'm sorry, any doctor you cancel on more than once, if you cancel a second time, they're just going to drop you from their service, and that's it. They're not going to fucking chase you. They're not going to call you or anything else because they don't give a flying fuck. It's about the money. Like, doctors are literally trained to treat patients as pieces of meat and not people. Like, literally, they're taught to do that. So don't think they're going to fucking chase you down the street. And if you miss 4 appointments, you would never get the chance to, ever. And I don't care how rich you are, that's not going to matter. I vaguely remember 1 being moved. Hannah mentioned it. But 4? How could I miss 4? Because you're an insufferable twit who's really stupid? Dr. Green's office is spacious, minimalistic, and well-appointed. I'm so grateful you caught me before I left, I murmur, still shell-shocked. My father's been in a car accident, and we've just moved him here from Portland. Oh, I'm so sorry. How's he doing? He's doing okay, thank you. On the mend. That's good, and it explains why you canceled on Friday. Dr. Green wiggles to the mouse on her desk and her computer comes to life. Yes, it's been over 13 weeks. You're cutting it a bit close. We better do a test before I give you another shot. A test? I whisper, all the blood rushing from my head. A pregnancy test. Oh no. She reaches into the drawer of her desk. You know what to do with this. She hands me a small container. The restroom is just outside my office. Okay, 13 weeks is like way too long to be missing birth control and say like, "Oh, you're on the borderline of whatever." I'm assuming she's on like Depo, even though they said she chose the mini pill, which doesn't exist. We googled it. It doesn't fucking exist. It's not real. But for them now, apparently they've changed to her like having Depo shots, which is once a month. Which if you're at 13 weeks, darling, you missed a lot more than a month. So you're way into the could be pregnant zone. Not like this much, like this much. Like that's how that works. Not that the author knows this. I get up as if in a trance, my whole body operating as if on automatic pilot, and stumble into the restroom. Shit, 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 shit. How could I have let this happen? Because you're an incompetent twit. Again, I suddenly feel sick and offer a silent prayer. Please no. Please no. It's too soon. It's too soon. It's too soon. Also, had conversations about children that did not go well. When I re-enter Dr. Green's office, she gives me a tight smile and waves me to the seat in front of her desk. I sit down and wordlessly hand her my sample. She dips a small white stick into it and watches, because this is something a doctor's going to do in their personal office and not like have done in the lab room or whatever. She raises her eyebrow as it turns pale blue. What does blue mean? The tension almost choking me. She looks up at me, her eyes serious. Well, Mrs. Gray, it means you're pregnant. Dun dun dun. What? No, no, no. Fuck. There we go. There we go. End of chapter. I'm highlighting that because it's going to sound hilarious. But, yep. Okay. I know, right? But at this point, all they've done is continue to make her worse to try and make him better. Hi, person coming in as I'm about to say goodnight. Sorry, but you missed the main event. I've been on for 4.5 hours and I'm tired. Oh, so the hell you didn't get to see the new tie. I had to take it off because it was too heavy and it was giving me a migraine. But I did make a new tie, see?
out of the bondage ties that I said I would. I sewed them. See? Remember I said I would? I did. I sewed them into like an actual real tie. You know, and this part goes around, but then it was really heavy and I had to take it off. But doesn't it look pretty? Didn't I do a good job? This took forever, by the way. This was really hard, and it took forever. So I'm going to find a way to balance the weight so it's not hurting my neck, which is why I had to take it off, because this is really, really, really heavy. But for next week, we'll have a plan. But this is the new tie, because isn't it pretty? And again, I worked really hard on it, because it was harder than I thought, and I'm not a good sewer. Yeah, she's pregnant because she's missed her birth control for the last, it said 4 appointments / 13 weeks, so it's like 3.5 months. So that's before they even left for the honeymoon. And she didn't think to take birth control with her on like a 2-month-long honeymoon. And just, yeah, apparently she's too stupid to think about birth control or handle those appointments herself, because apparently her assistant has just been canceling her appointments without telling her or without her realizing. I didn't even know she had an assistant, because again, book is making shit up. But it also said that she was on the mini pill, meaning she would have it with her and have to take it on a like daily basis. But now it's saying that no, she was doing the shots, which are like depot, and those are once a month, and she's missed like 4 months. And so yeah, you're pregnant. That's how that happens. But it's just a manufacturer conflict. But we'll see. But that is going to do it for this evening. We didn't get any new ducks. I'm sad. We had no new ducks. But we do have quite the pantheon of ducks. But I still want these 3 spots filled, because it just annoys me that there's like an unevenness. But we'll see if we can do that next week. So Dale, I am going to post the burn video. You missed it, but I'll post it in the Discord, so look out for that, because I think it's one of my better, not being an audio-visual person, it's one of my better attempts at not sucking. So there we go. Right. Yes, that's exactly what I need to do. Yeah. I need to put something heavy on the back to keep it off the back of my neck, because yeah, the weight is just too much and it was really giving me a migraine. Thank God for Advil. But yeah, I need to counterbalance. Yes, I will show you the bird video. You know what? Let me play it one more time. We're live. We may as well. Let me play it one more time right now. Hold on. I got to play something with audio to get the StreamYards to
Still not entitled to watch them drink it.
Okay, so
And
hopefully
if
that
they're
is
unconscious,
playing,
don't make them.
and hopefully this will now play. So as our closeout this evening, enjoy the burn video one more time. I will end the stream immediately after. So please, everyone, take care of you. Have a good weekend. I hope you all had a good time. Please support this channel. Please donate a duck or anything else. But have a good time. Love on your fur babies. Take care of you, and I will see you next week. Enjoy the fire, fire, fire. It was well earned, and I had a good time burning it. You look like you've lost at least 5 pounds, possibly more since then. Please eat, Anastasia, he scolds. I'm taking you for something to eat. You're fading away in front of me. Find the boy. Say goodbye. Please, can we stay longer? No. Go now. Say goodbye. Mr. Damn Control Freak. I'm going to cry. No, Christian, please. I've cried so much, I whisper. He glares at me. You're coming back to the apartment if I have to drag you there by your hair. We glare at each other, and abruptly he swoops down, grasps me around my thighs, and lifts me up. Before I know it, I'm over his shoulder. Put me down! I scream. Shoulder carrying is unacceptable for anyone over the age of 6. Taking me to the salon that he owns like his ex-lover? How can he be so stupid? The same place he took his submissives. Same stupidity at work here. Not even realizing this was a bad idea, and he's supposed to be a bright guy.
having crazy ex-girlfriends. Can I blame him for that? I'm so curious, yes I can. Knowing my bank account number, that's just too stalkery by half. Insisting I stay with him, the threat from Layla must be worse than I feared. Christian, stop. I can't do this. I whisper urgently against his mouth, my hands pushing on his upper arms. No, please, I can't do this. Not now. I need some time, please. Oh, Anna, don't overthink this. Oh, I love him so. I will be nothing without him. Nothing but a shadow, all the light eclipsed. No, no, no. My poor Christian. Hey, he whispers, tilts my head back. Stop with the crying. You are mine, Anastasia, he whispers. Always. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? Holy fuck, what is all this? An array of bizarre implements and instruments. I examine them with a fascinated horror. All of these inside me. Ball gag to keep you quiet.